see Ryan in there.
Yeah, no, I guess everybody's doing
Alright. Alright, I'll see you there. Bye-bye. What's up, fellas?
Hey there.
Hey, right? So we're just Overlook. Aha. Perfect.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh man, I had a whole bunch of stuff in my throat. That's not a sex joke. Oh, I didn't do my title. Oh shit.
Are we level 5?
You will have to finish a long rest.
Ah, gotcha.
All right. Here we go. Had a lot of stuff I had to round up all of a sudden. But anyway,
Right.
hello and welcome to Tavern League's Siege of Bordrin's Watch, Session 9, where we are finishing our second adventure as part of the Scales of War adventure path set for 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons. We use Fantasy Grounds Unity to play, which is still in beta development and so not indicative of actual gameplay. But go on, sit down, rest at the bar or pull up a table, grab a pint if you're able to. Make sure to stay tuned to see where the party goes next. You can drink, you just can't get too drunk because the paladin is always watching. All right.
Stan's good sport.
Who do we got here? We have Concob playing Osiris, Lyle playing Guy. We have Sauerkraut who plays Malagar, and we have Who Dis Is playing Harry. Sadly, we are missing Four-Leaf Clover. What's his actual name on here? I don't want to give away his real name.
I think Adoku.
Oh yeah, Lucky 3. Okay, yeah, and he plays Adokal. So, we missing anyone?
Beaker.
Oh yeah, we're missing Viger. Okay. Viger will be showing up later. He had some unfortunate family events go on. If you could give some of your thoughts and prayers to his family. I think he said his grandfather is not doing so well. All right. So, if I could get somebody to roll me a d6.
Oh, yeah.
Or actually, why don't we do a d4? That'll actually be easier because we only have 4 people here. All right, 2. That is you, Guillermo.
Understood.
All right, so I'm going to need you to do the historian. Speaking of, I actually got a message from Caleb for his thing. Update that real quick.
We can give you our items list later, right?
Yeah, I don't need them.
Perfect.
I do not need them for this session.
Perfect.
I apologize for a little bit of delay. But are you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's file list. Oh, there we go.
You're a little soft there, sauerkraut.
How's this?
That's perfect. Okay. So, last time, let's see, what did we do? We were
Save
in
the
that-
world.
Yeah, you're saving the world, or at least the Elsier Vale, the little part by the Red Ridge Mountains, or Stoneholm
Hey.
Mountains, I think it is.
We're saving our world.
Yeah. Save the world of Warcraft. So, I believe last time we joined in the little altar section to Moradin underneath the mountains in the vents is what it was called.
Yep.
And then you
Sounds right.
yep, you went to the other room, killed all the orcs in the bed chambers and kitchens, and then you went to the actual Nexus and did battle with the big bad Tusk, and once again made me look like a damn fool. I prepped that session so much in anticipation. But yeah, you guys did very well. Fought off Tusk, killed him pretty fast, blew all your powers right away. And so now you are. We'll pull this up.
Yeah, we CC'd the hell out of them with some decent rolls.
That was good teamwork.
There we are.
Yep, was a tough one.
This party has a crap ton of wisdom. Just noticed
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Like, 3 of us are max wisdom, basically.
We like spells, bro.
Yeah, I remember I suggested, hey, you guys should look into some of the divine classes, and then all of a sudden everybody just went divine.
Has a Oh man. So we went up through the opening and we came out on top of like a mountain or a hill.
Yeah, we were just sitting on top.
Yeah,
we
so
just beside the exit.
that black hole that you guys are all around is I'm saying that's like the porthole. So
Okay.
you were in the Nexus and you hit the control panel, which started flooding it, and at the same time you were fighting off some of the enemies. And before you killed them all, you went up on the ladder and you entered here, which you are in the low foothills by the mountain, by the Stoneholm Mountains right now, and you are just leaving the porthole. It is still open, I would like to note.
Yeah, we were trying to close it.
Yep. So anyway,
So I slammed that bitch shut,
there you go.
Kaboom!
and then take that pile of rocks that I was collecting, and I start loading them on top of the hole.
All right.
The hole's covered.
Make me
And
a
I can't-
perception check real quick.
I can't see anything, by the way. Like, everything
You
is
can't?
black. No, yeah, everything is black. So I can see my characters, but the characters, but they don't have profiles, and I can see the grid square, but nothing else.
I can see normally, I think.
Yeah.
I can see fine too.
What about now?
Try- Negative.
Can you guys see the map?
Yeah.
I
I
can,
can.
It might be just me because. Oh, hey,
because you
hello.
have dark vision. It's not dark enough.
No, no.
Yeah. you can only see in the dark. That's what that means.
No, I don't know what happened, but now I can see everything.
All right. Yeah, I deleted your
It's
token
just-
and put it back on. So I don't know.
Oh, that'll do it. Okay.
So real quick, I'm not sure. I think it's just my daily powers that are missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I have from last session. You use Thunder of Judgment. You use Divine Protection, Second Wind, and Purging Flame.
Yeah, it's just that I can't see them.
Yep. You're on your character sheet, down on the
Yeah.
bottom left where it says mode.
Oh.
If you click that, that'll go between the different ones. Combat,
Uh,
combat will take away the powers that you have used, so that you don't like get
Very
confused on them.
convenient.
So like if you're in combat and you use Knives of the Soul, once you click that button, it'll get rid of it.
Yep.
But if like let's say that you have a power that procs something like Osiris has stuff like that, you can
Yeah.
switch to like standard mode so that you can do that button.
Okay.
If that makes sense,
Okay.
what I said.
Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, that'll come in handy.
Yeah. And then on the right side, you can change how it's ordered. So like action is by the different actions. So there's standard actions, minor, free, and triggered, and then what source
Okay.
it's from, and then the recharge and stuff like that. So that's kind of how you can navigate the different things on your character sheet.
All right, thanks for clearing it up.
Yep.
I have a quick question. Rogue weapon talent wasn't on this before, so do I have to click the effect in order to get a +1 with daggers each time?
Rogue weapon talent.
Yeah, in my traits.
I think
No.
it's easier if you just put that on the combat tab onto your dagger, basically.
Yep, that's what I did. So your dagger is normally +3. Your duelist dagger adds the +1, and then your rogue weapon talent adds a +1 on top of that, so a total of +5. If you look on your combat sheet, the duelist dagger has the +5.
Okay.
Yep, that makes it easier because then you don't have to worry about powers. It's just on the weapon itself.
Yeah, I just didn't see that before last time, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't have to hit it each time.
Yep, definitely. If there's anything that needs to be cleared up, definitely ask. I did fix a lot of stuff on your character sheets from the
that.
last session. If there's any questions, by all means. Osiris, one thing I wanted to point out to you. So your Oath of Enmity.
yep.
I took away the that feat that we talked about, Shield of the Faithful, as a power in and of itself. Now all you have to do is hit the Oath of Enmity, both
Yep.
of those effects.
Oh, nice.
Yep. So the first one will go on the target, and that gives them the Oath of Enmity. The second one is that -3 damage that will proc to every enemy that's not your Oath of Enmity.
Okay.
So all you have to do
Sweet.
is hit that on the target, and then I, as a DM, can make sure that I have stuff that I can do on my end to make sure that procs correctly. Then
Okay.
then we don't have to remember to hit that button every single time.
Okay.
Should make it a little easier.
Yeah.
I have actually 2 more things I'd like to ask. So,
Yes.
Lightblade expertise, do I also have to hit the effect for damage each time as well, or is it automatically tied into my combat advantage?
The damage you will have to click.
But the target attack +1 for feats, that is automatically built in.
That is automatically
Lightblade.
built in. Yes. If you look on your character sheet, there are 2 effects. The attack one is that effect in the
Okay.
combat tracker.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
I have the damage to melee from your bracers hidden from you, just so that I can see it, just so that it doesn't clutter up all your stuff.
Okay, excellent. Second thing is I don't have a daily power.
You used your
Oh, there it is. It just showed up.
Yeah, because remember I said on Harry, on the mode on the bottom left, I changed it to standard. So Bloodbath is your level 5 one that you're not level 5 yet because you have to finish a
Right.
rest. The Spinning Blade Leap, you changed that from
Yes.
the other
It-
one,
it-
which I
it
believe...
wasn't- It
Go ahead.
wasn't populating. It literally just popped up.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so never mind. Ignore that comment then.
Okay, I gotcha.
Moving on.
It wasn't populating. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
Fantasy Grounds is being weird for me right now.
all right. All right, so I will control a Dokel's token at this time. But anyway, so you are here above the Nexus after having just basically defeated the Horde, the Orc Horde coming from beneath the mountains, killing Tusk and leaving his Shatterkai Witch down there with his warriors to die in the Nexus, sealing the porthole on top and covering it with stones. You now sit in the wilderness, surrounded by nature. seemingly kind of surreal to you after having faced such a mighty foe. Now you are in the stillness and calmness of nature outside. Looking around to each other, you've done it. You have, to the best of your knowledge, completed the quest and sealed the Nexus. What is your next move?
Depends on the weather, really. What is the weather and the time of day?
So it is, let's see, it is, I would say probably 10 in the morning, close to midday. The sun is up and rising. It is clear and nice out. Sunny.
Well, first of all, I'm gonna enjoy the freshness of the air after being down in the tunnel for so long.
Freedom.
Yeah, about a
And
month.
then I'm gonna suggest to the party, lads, that was some fight. Let's have a short rest, shall we?
I almost died down there.
I pull my mask down and spit towards the manhole. Good riddance.
And Guy plants the battle standard of healing zone.
Okay.
And basically, yeah. Short rest, guys? What do you think?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so let Lyle know when you spend a healing surge, because he can proc the extra healing for the standard. It'll be easier if we just go one by one. So Malagar.
I will not be.
Okay. Guy, are you using one? There we go. He's got it.
Probably Khaled should start, I think.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so he will spend 2. First one takes him to 13. And the next one takes him the rest of the way.
Alright, that actually looks a lot better now.
Yeah, look at
maybe-
Malagar. He's already like almost all the way healed.
How, wait, how did,
Although, seems
oh, wait,
you
it's
just
somewhat
put in the hit
expensive.
points, he still has 12 surges. Did you spend the surges, actually?
Oh, I didn't even see that. I was trying to figure out how to, Okay, there we go.
So on the main page of the character sheet, in the middle field where all the hit points and wounds and temps and whatnot are, there's this little triangle thing, apply healing surge. That will actually just give you back your healing surge and deduct one from the surge pool, and it will also show in chat. So basically, I'm gonna do that right now, so look in chat, it says Guy healing surge used, and that way I also know that you used one.
Nice.
So if maybe a Dokul wants to spend another, has a lot, has 11.
Yeah, Adoku will do that. So he is healed up all the way.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're good now.
We should be good.
All right.
Yeah, we'll take it.
That's tight. I like that. Free heal.
Yeah, the zone is cool, right?
it
Yeah.
adds up real quick.
As
All right, so you guys finish your short rest.
Any of you guys know where we are? What direction to go to the next settlement? My belly needs an ale.
Khaled responds to you and pick up the map. All right. So you are at that green arrow where the vents are, and Khaled speaks up. He says, he looks around and he's like, not too sure, but I think if we head that way, We might be able to find a landmark at least. This area, we're in the foothills for sure. And then he points to the south of this map, but that would actually be north.
Okay.
So to Lantern?
Okay.
So he's
Or-
pointing to the south, which is actually north.
Yeah, just flip the map around.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
to Sodden?
Like straight
Oh,
north
the
to
south
the
of the
river.
map that the tokens are on. I was like,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna trust your word for it. If it fails, we can always go downhill until we find the river. Rivers go to settlements, always.
I sure hope you know this area better than I do. Let's go.
Let's go.
No one wants to try to roll.
Roll at nature.
Pulling one thing up quick.
Because if not, I'd like to.
Roll it up.
Yep, go ahead.
Just always go uphill until we can have a look around.
Go ahead and make me a nature or perception check.
Well,
All right,
Get
so
out of the way now.
you're looking around, and you do not notice anything that kind of tips you off to the area you are in. You entered into the vents from the vents area, and you are no longer in that vent area to the best of what you can tell.
gotcha.
Can I roll perception?
Sure.
Boom.
There you go.
Not
All
bad,
right.
not bad.
Osiris, you are looking around and kind of the same. You don't notice or see anything around that kind of tips you off, but you are smelling the air, and you do smell the faint odor of sulfur, reminding you
Sulfur.
of the area from the vents. You seem to be downwind from it.
Okay. So, probably vents nearby.
And
Or
it is downwind. You think it is coming from the north.
from the north. So when we go down south, it'll be going north, right?
Yes,
In our
on,
little
on,
icon map right here.
on the token map, south is north.
Correct.
Down is
Okay,
north.
Yeah,
The way
yeah.
that me and Guy are headed is north.
Okay. All right, guys. Let's go up north.
Don't know why it somehow feels south to me.
Yeah, it does feel south. It's so hard.
Like walking uphill.
Just use your imagination.
So weird. It's so hard.
All right, I would like somebody to make me a nature check.
I'll give it a shot.
For it. You should be good with nature.
Ooh.
Oof. All right, so
Did it?
you
Oh, there
are
we go.
you
Took a while.
traveling
Nice.
you are traveling through the wilderness, keeping an eye out for anything that might tip you off to the area you're in. The paths are twisting and confusing, making it easy to become lost, but you are able to gain some bearance. The land that you are trekking through seems somewhat familiar from what you were traveling before. You have a pretty solid sense that if you just keep heading north, you will eventually find the Elsier River. And once you find the Elsier River, you will definitely be able to find a town, and from there it is an easy trek to Overlook.
Oh, yes.
Call up my animal instincts, but this feels like the right way.
Go. Follow this road, right?
Yep,
Um,
let's go.
We can use the theater of the mind too. All right, so about an hour passes. I need everybody to make an endurance check.
Okay.
just barely made it.
Did you though?
I don't know. I'm a weak old man.
Start calling you G-san.
Wouldn't be the first time I've heard of someone losing their footing on a hill.
All right. So you're all trekking through. Some of you are kind of lagging behind from the physical exertion of the fight, as well as trekking through the wilderness, not a very certain path, but you are able to keep yourselves up and keep moving. There is no penalty. I
Yes.
need someone to make me either a nature or a perception check.
I'll do it at perception right here. That's my call. Whoops,
I'll use the first one.
that first one.
All right, so traveling through these foothills going north. After an hour or so, and a couple more minutes pass, you hear the faint running of water, taking you to the Elsier River. And you are able to follow the river to the nearest town of Sodden, and from there you can easily find your way back to Overlook.
Nice.
So we will
Excellent.
go there.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna fast travel.
Yeah, you're fast traveling.
Do they have a tavern in Sodden?
Oh
They do.
Let me get some caffeine on the way.
yes, let's go get a well-deserved ale.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need to role play all that,
Okay.
but for the record, we stopped in the tavern. I got something.
Do you tell of your deeds?
Right, of course.
Yeah,
What
I
else
should
do you do in a
absolutely
tavern?
All
Yes.
right.
Gambling or telling
Oh,
stories?
yeah.
There's a lot
Drunken
of
stories.
there's a lot of townsfolk who kind of seem disbelieving, but then there are plenty of others who congratulate you and thank you. They all seem very on edge and talk about some of the small skirmishes that they have bared witness to in the area from orcs. And they are very happy that you are returning successfully from the vents. Give you a round on the house as well as some food to feed to fill your bellies.
Ooh, yes. Hey, is there a bard there?
A bard?
Yes, someone to tell our tale that we can throw a few coins to.
We have
yeah,
one in the
sure.
party.
A bard?
Yeah, you know what I mean, like a bard. You know what I
Oh,
mean, like give 'em a-
cleric. I thought you were a bard.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, for sure. Can
Yeah,
the
let me
bard
let
know.
me throw him a gold coin and you know what I mean, spread the word of our adventuring party.
Toss a coin to
So-
your witcher.
I actually
Yes.
make the choice to stay with the group and kind of celebrate with them, but I'm clearly trying to stay out of the limelight.
Are we still around a bunch of dwarves?
It's never a bad time to party.
It's kind of
A mix.
a mix. Mostly
Okay.
human, definitely mostly human, but there are some dwarves around.
All right.
Like, normally I'd sulk off at this point and go do my own thing, but I actually decided to stay with the group this time around.
Malagar is changing.
I don't say much, if anything. Like, whenever you guys cheers, I'll like do like a little hold up of my drink, but
All right. So while you're all kind of celebrating
It's
and,
good to see.
telling tales in the tavern, Khaled actually comes up to you, Malagar, while you're not sulking but kind of hidden off in the corner, easily escaping notice from the large gathering of people in this town, all paying attention to the half elf and the devas. And he just kind of looks at you and he asks, "What are your plans when we get to the city?"
not quite sure yet.
Surely there'll be
I have
surely there'll be a hero's welcome. You should join in on that.
I'll consider it.
And he kind of takes a long, hard look at you, and he He kind of gives you a reassuring nod and he says, "You have my word. You'll be under my protection. I'll make sure of it that they welcome you into the city."
Well, I appreciate that, dwarf.
Aye. And until then, might as well enjoy the time we have before we go to business. And then, as he kind of walks off from you, he tosses a quick aside back. He says, "I thank you for what you've done, and I apologize for my misguided actions before. I measured you too quick."
I give him a quick nod. Like, it wasn't the first time and it won't be the last.
And then he kind of goes, "Ha ha," and joins in with all the other merriment that's going on. All right. Now, do you travel back to Overlook?
I guess that's the.
I say, yeah, we have to go report our victory.
Yeah.
All right.
Cash in.
Yeah, that dude that was handing out the, like, in the square, who was asking for this quest, definitely would want to know that we succeeded, so.
All right. So, you find a road, a wagon trail back to the main road to get to Overlook, leaving the town behind, town of Sodden, making your way north ever more until you can see the big, giant walls rising off into the horizon. It is after midday at this time, and finally you get to, what's that called? The Dwarf Road. Finally you get to the Dwarf Road where you can make your way into the city. And you go to the city gates, where there are some guards stationed around. They take notice of you and your party as adventuring bands, and right away kind of rush you over. "Hey, who's this? What's your business?" One of the dwarf guardsmen asks. Not to anyone in particular, kind of just hailing your group.
Oh,
Well, Adolko was normally our party's face.
No, that's true. I didn't think about that.
And he's not here right now.
Yeah.
but do we let the dwarves speak? Cause are we going? We're at Overlook, right?
Yes, you're at the city gates of Overlook.
Do we let Keldon speak? Is this his town?
Nope. He's an NPC.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to make this easy on you guys. Come on.
I'll address him and say,
Address him.
"Aye, we're adventurers and weary from a long road. We're looking for an inn and maybe a tavern for some ale."
He looks at you and goes, "Aye, plenty of that within the city gates. Tell me, were you part of one of the commissioned groups?"
Different groups, actually. My group got killed down under. But these guys saved my life. I owe them a lot.
Ah, very good, very good. I'll get you rushed inside. And then he kind of pushes you back and goes back to his other guardsmen and says, "Yeah, they're one of them." And then he comes back to you and says, "All right, I have an escort for you back into the city. I apologize. You'll definitely get your ale, but the High Council would like to speak with any adventurers coming into the city as soon as possible."
Oh, we can go there right away, but coming from the road, the High Council is usually not as used to the smell of adventure. If we could freshen up first, I think that would be good for everyone.
He looks
Right.
at you and he's like, "Freshen up. We're dwarves, half elf. We live for work. Don't worry about it. They just want to know as much information as possible, as soon as possible. I hear there's great news coming from Bordrin's watch. It appears the orc warbands may have broken."
Well, let's hurry then.
And then he calls, "All right, get a move on." And then you are escorted through the town by a small band of guardsmen. all taking you to High Hall. And we will... Alright.
Oh, big map.
Yes.
Better I'm zoomed all the way out.
It is... we are on the bottom left side.
Of the High Hall, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So can we get out of that Nexus port landing?
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. Alright.
So we were escorted there. What's the custom, to just waltz right in, or wait until we're called upon, or?
Everything seems kind of hurried, and they're kind of funneling you through the streets, kind of not pushing people aside, but definitely paving a way. Getting to the High Hall, the guards kind of walk up with a purpose. Nobody questions it. You are all just allowed to walk in through the gates. There are plenty of other guardsmen around, and they all take notice of you, but they don't ask any questions.
Okay.
Seems they know what we're here for.
I would go right in then.
All right.
Before we entered this hall, I've made sure that my mask is properly situated. Hood is properly up.
All right.
So these are the doors. We just like boom.
Yeah,
Knock, knock.
I'm getting some stuff. Okay, so you move up to the doors, Khaled as well, and the guards talk with each other. They meet the guards at the doors, and they swing open so that you can see inside.
Nice.
Yes.
Wow.
And you are kind of escorted forth.
Ooh, I like lighting
Right behind
effect.
you, big boy.
Oh my goodness. Got 3 freaking tokens I gotta watch. And you are escorted forth to these doors. And there are nobles and some not council members, but there's nobles and other members of the ruling government of this town of Overlook. And you are kind of ushered in to here, where you see
Council of the
Is
High
that really
Grand
written on the
Man.
floor? Just asking.
what's that?
Is that really written on the floor? Just
The
asking.
Council
No,
of the High
it's not. But you enter a room where on the sides there are rows of steps, some seats carved into stone rising up as an audience chamber, and there are many other adventuring bands stuck in here along with you, kind of all addressing the council members, in which you are kind of escorted over to the side to take a seat over here
Mm.
and listen in on the council. A dignitary comes by and addresses the newcomers, asking you guys, okay, so here's the deal. Council will take an account of all of the different adventuring bands. We just need to know what you were charged with doing and how you fared.
Easy enough.
He's asking.
Oh, he's asking us.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were down in the tunnels and we flooded them successfully. The danger there is,
Investigating
Band.
events.
as far as I know.
The rest of us were originally sent to the monastery of the Thunder Chain, but we got there too late.
Okay, so he's kind of writing on a tablet right now, and at the mention of flooding, he looks kind of confused and says, "Flooding? Okay, well, I'll bring it up." And you said you were charged with going to the monastery. You said.
That's right.
Aye, very good. Okay, and then he goes around. He talks to a few other adventuring bands. Listening in, you're hearing quick conversations with some of the other members in this audience chamber echoing around. The High Council seems very happy and in good spirits. There's a lot of little talk and chatter excited around the room. Some adventurers displaying trophies or talking about their feats. And the dignitary comes back around and he says, "Okay, you're up. Now you are called to the center." And they, one of the council members speaks up and says, "Hail, adventurers! I hear you were charged with rescuing the monks from the monastery of the Sundered Chain." And then he looks up and he sees a Dokal. He kind of gets a smile. I remember you. And he's kind of looking around and says, I don't see any monks. Tell me, did they fare it safely through the mountains?"
When we arrived, there weren't any monks to be seen, just orcs.
They were slaughtered.
He looks kind of stricken. And
Say there was a lot of monks to be seen. They were just all.
Oh, were there?
Yeah, they were just all on the ground.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
They were annihilated by
And,
orcs.
They were slain.
so he looks kind of stricken at the news. And he looks at the group and says, "Did any survive?" And at this, Khaled steps forward. He says, I be the lone survivor, but I was saved by this group." And then he he kind of addresses it and says, "I was saved by this group. They came down as I was being beaten by one of the orc champions. There were too many of us. There were too many of them. They took us by surprise in our sleep. We had no idea. There was a break in our forge underneath, unknown to us, that they broke through. Many a kin died, but they did not die in vain. For this group is the group that very well may have saved the Vale, all by themselves." And the council members kind of look interested and amused at the same time. And one of the
blush.
female dwarves speaks up. "What do you mean? How were they the ones to save the Vale? The orcs right now are breaking upon Bordrin's watch, just as they have always done. It appears maybe the information we received was not correct, for they are breaking upon the walls." And then Khaled speaks up, saying, "Nay, they were coming from under the mountain, in the vents. This group and I went down, traveled into the vents ourselves, to slay the creatures before they could come through. We went down into the vents and turned on the sealing mechanism, flooding it in the tunnels
Well,
beneath.
Hey,
Tusk
what
is...
are you doing?
Doing my D&D. What?
You're doing what now?
We're playing D&D with Guillermo.
You gotta mute yourself.
Who?
Sorry.
All right, back to D&D. So,
Brief intermission.
yep, brief intermission. Their heroics were part of that saving the Elysir Vale. For if we had failed, the countryside would be ridden with orcs. And he kind of spits to the side at that. Go on, tell them of your deeds, heroes.
Well, it was dark, hot down there. My first group that was sent down there was killed by fire bugs that spit fire like breathing air. Luckily, the orcs had fun torturing me a little bit longer. I still have scars here and there, see? But then this group showed up. Saved my life. I owe them a lot. And after that, together we managed to beat those orcs. And found some temples down there. Moradin, other tunnels down there. They were old and stuck mechanical devices for flooding the tunnels down there. We knew the threat of the orcs coming to the countryside could only be stopped if we flooded the tunnels, and we searched for the mechanism. Finally found it, but they found out, and it was a hefty battle at those switches and levers. But we managed to, just in time, flood the tunnels. Hot water. Luckily for us, right next to it was a ladder to the surface. We just in time managed to climb and escape the hot, watery death down there.
And the council is all listening intently to your recounting of what happened beneath the mountains and kind of whispering to each other at the same time.
I would totally describe some details of the battles, some heroic slashes and dodgings of details of various characters doing this and that in battles. As a player, I don't recall right now. But I would walk around and clap everyone on the shoulder. And this one here had his hour when he chopped off the foot of one savage-looking orc that had 2 axes. And this one over here charged without a second thought when I was in trouble. And that one over here, and so on and so on.
You kind of have the attention of the audience chamber, all listening intently to your accounts and kind of standing at rapt attention to your recounting, with the council members each taking notice and listening intently, talking amongst each other. Then one steps up and kind of addresses you all, and he says, "It's true. We were expecting a much larger force. I came down from Bordrin's watch myself. The orcs have broken upon the walls. Even now as we speak, they're drifting off, like always, infighting and fighting amongst themselves. The leadership is broken. We heard tale of a giant orog named Tusk, but nobody saw him. It's possible maybe he was taken care of underneath the mountain."
We did have some heavy and grand-looking leader down there. I don't recall him saying his name, though. These orcs don't introduce themselves, you know.
And then Viger speaks up. He just kind of details what he saw. Was it a giant half orc, half ogre? Aye, the council member says. And then Viger also goes on. Did they say anything about the Shadowkai witch? And the council kind of looks to each other, and they say, "Actually, yes. We heard that he had a confidant and a Shadowkai mistress. And we hear tell that maybe she was in league. The reason why the underground tunnels locations were revealed. And then Vigar says, "Yes, he's dead." And that kind of hushes the whole chamber. And then he's kind of looking smugly to himself because he knows that he's the one that did the final blow.
So cocky.
And while all the rest of the chamber is kind of talking amongst themselves in disbelief or awe, whatever it is, suddenly you hear a shout asking for attention from the crowd.
The crowd's trying to speak up.
Give me 1 second.
Oh no, sorry, I misunderstood. I got you.
Yeah, so someone from the crowd grabs attention, and he steps forward, and he's like, "Don't believe them." And the council looks to him, and they say, "Binwin, what's the meaning of this?" And he steps up, saying, "That party is a bunch of untrustworthy knaves. And I have proof." The council looks to him, and they're like, "What do you mean? They bring good news."
I start slinking out of the room.
All right. And then Binwin says, "I don't believe a word they say. I have proof." And then he kind of steps forward. Right as you reach the doorway, Malagar, he points and says, "They have a drow." And then everybody goes, and right away guards come to grab you before you can leave the chambers, Malagar. And they kind of drag you back in and present you in front of the council. At this time, you are still kind of hooded and cloaked, a lithe figure. But Binwin comes over and takes your mask off, revealing your dark charcoal skin.
I stand next to him and declare, "This one may have dark skin, but he certainly does not have a dark heart. I will vouch for him. He saved my life."
And the council members are all kind of talking amongst themselves in an uproar, certainly startled by this news.
I intentionally put a very neutral look on my face.
And they're talking they're talking in raised tones, kind of startled and worrisome at this news. And they're speaking like, "Oh my God, it's a drow. Can we trust anything they say?" And then they reply, that may be, Sir Champion, cleric, speaking to you, guy.
Mm?
But he's still a drow." And then Binwin says, I would lock them all away in the dungeons and ask them for more information. If they're in league with a drow, there's no telling what they're up to. He might be in league with Tusk himself. Maybe they're mounting some sort of secret offensive." And he's kind of getting the whole crowd riled up.
Check my backpack, and you'll see that I'm in league with no orcs.
And then you present your backpack and kind of all of its contents. Do you have the
I have scalps.
orc scalps? Okay.
I had more than 7. Alright, well, however much. I take like fistfuls of scalps out and just like toss them at the base of the, was it like a table that they're at, or?
They're kind of up on a raised dais.
Okay, then I toss it at the base of the dais.
All right. Khaled steps up as well. And he gives a stern, disapproving look at Binwin at the same time addressing the High Council, and he says, I will vouch for this one. Trust my word as a paladin of Moradin. And they're all looking at him with fervent respect. And they talk amongst themselves in a short recess, and then reply back to the group. And they say, you have a lot of friends. You have a lot of friends, Drow. But we can't take any chances. A Drow in our city is cause for alarm. If your intentions truly are true and pure, then it won't be any issue to be taken away for a time for us to delegate. And he kind of motions his fingers for guards to take you away.
I will accompany them.
All right. So they come and they make a grab for you, Malagar.
Alright. I kind of like, I don't like jerk my arm away, but just, I don't let him grab me. Like, I'm going.
All right. And at this, Khaled is kind of screaming and fuming at the council. This is unjust. And the council is just kind of trying to placate him. At the same time, Binwin is kind of smirking in the corner, but he doesn't look too happy because he kind of just wanted the whole group to be outed. The guards, before they can take you away, Khaled comes over to you, Malagar, and he says, do you trust me, elf?
Only a little further than I can throw you.
And he says, well, that's good enough. I will get you out of this. You have my word. Just go with them. And don't resist. And then you are...
I will go with you and make sure they don't harm you.
And you are dragged out of the chamber at the same time that the council asks...
Go ahead.
At the same time, the council kind of asks that all of you are held together and to be taken to some royal suites to await further delegation. They don't seem like they are up for debate on that.
On the way there, I'd like to try to sneak a pick out of my my thieves' tools.
All right, go ahead and make me a thievery check. All right, yes, you are able to sneak
Nice.
a lone pick.
And then I hide it on myself. They're probably going to search me over, so it's not like I can just palm it.
Yeah. All right, and Guy, you are asked that you allow yourself to be escorted to the chambers along with the rest of the group.
If you have to escort my friend here out of the city, I will go with him. His fate will be mine.
And they they reply, he's not going out of the city. We're just keeping him in the dungeons for a time. We need to delegate
Then
on
that
this.
is where I will be.
You wish to go with him?
Yes.
And so be it.
I have a very confused look on my face.
All right, so the guards have Malagar. They're not grabbing him by the shoulders, but they definitely have a hand on him, not wanting to let him get away. But you are allowed to kind of walk freely by them, Guy.
I will walk freely, I guess, then.
Yeah. And they take you this way.
Oh, I'm must have left the map because everything's black.
Yeah, for me too.
I'm getting the map ready.
All right.
The dungeons are dark.
Hope those royal suites are as good as they sound.
It's not actual suites. It's a bedroom.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Maybe a bedroom that has sweets on the pillow.
Ooh, a suite with sweets.
Sweets. Candy. I'm gonna get a drink.
Fucking find it. There we go. All right. So, Malagar, you are taken down into the dungeon by the prison cells with Guy behind you. So we are on this map, and you are put in this cell. Right here.
I'm assuming most of my items are stripped from me.
Yes.
What am I?
They search you pretty well. Take all of your weapons away. They take your thieves' tools, certainly. You're left with your leather armor. They take your armbands. You don't have any daggers. They take your backpack and they set it on a table. You're left with your boots and your clothes, basically.
Okay.
So anyway, so when are they gonna release Malagar? When we leave, or?
That has not been determined yet. So you are placed in the cell, and then they look at you and says, "Stay here and wait until they call you back."
Will do.
And then they look at you, Guy, and they say, "What are you doing?"
I see, lad. I fathom that you need to secure the city, and that some people you don't trust, you have to take care of. I fathom that. But I have traveled, I've fought side by side with this one. And once you have fought with someone in a battle of life and death, you learn to trust them. Friendship is not something that you can hang on the hook like a hat or a mantle. Once the dark covers the road, you can't just leave your friends. That's why I'm staying here. I owe him that much and more.
And at your noble response, they kind of nod and say, "I understand. Only thing is, we do have a job to keep, and we can't allow you to be here unless you're in a cell."
I will share his cell then.
Absolutely not. And they look shifty at Malagar being a drow, and they say, "He needs to be by himself." If you
Do on
truly,
opposites then so that we can talk
if you
and keep
truly
each
wish,
other company.
yes, if you truly wish to stay, you can go in a different cell. That's fine. We'll see what we can do about your accommodations to make it a little more comfortable for you in here. And then they lock
Thank
the door.
you.
They lock the door behind you.
All right.
And then kind of go to their little guard post. and talk amongst themselves. At which point, I will go to the other guys.
Once they kind of walk away, I like lean up against the bars, I stare at Guy in like mild bewilderment.
At mild what?
Bewilderment.
Bewilderment, okay.
All right, and then we'll go to the other guys back at the council. I don't have a map for the chambers, so we're just going to use kind of the theater of the mind for you guys. So you are taken by guards and kind of escorted to some royal appointed rooms, well furnished. These seem to be not royal because it's not a kingdom. So they take you to these chambers that are well appointed, seem to be for important travelers or other dignitaries from other lands, tradesmen, where they can rest for a time while they're awaiting to speak with the council or everything. Everybody is filed out of the council area, and you are all kind of put in a room with each other. Khaled, Harry, Osiris, Vigor, and Adokal. Not pushed in, but once you enter the threshold, or cross the threshold, the door is shut behind you. And you hear a lock.
I don't get it, Guy. What is your play?
I spoke the truth right then and there, you heard me.
How does this benefit you in any way? Associating yourself with me?
You see, don't have the philosophy of doing only things that benefit me. I try to do things that I think that are right. Also, just so you know, in case you want to tell me private things, we're not alone. In the cell next to you, there's someone else.
And at
Did I
this,
see him? Did I see him on the way in, Ryan?
no, you did not. But Guy can see him.
Gotcha.
So there's a guy in the cell next to you that guy has noticed. He
All right.
At this, once you notice, there you go. Yeah, that arrow. Once you
Okay.
notice him, Guy, he does speak up and he comes to the bars. And he seems kind of not sickly, but like hungry. Like he's been here a while. He says, new friends. And then he kind of has a cocksure attitude. You know, the elf has a point. It's pretty curious that a man would come to the cells willingly.
See, I have been alone and lost and thought I might die down in the dungeons. I was tortured by orcs and I know what it is to feel alone. It's not something I would wish unto my fiercest enemies, let alone someone who saved my life.
You're telling me you know what it is to be alone. And then he's kind of laughing to himself at that.
I would continue to listen at that, not interrupting him.
That's all he said.
Alright.
Alone, huh? How long have you been here then?
Oh, I don't quite know. It's been a while. But I know something that they don't. So it makes it a bit easier to sit, I guess you could say.
Well, I'm pretty sure they know how to sit. That's nothing special.
Yes, but I know that this isn't permanent, I guess you could say. Sure, it's not the easiest, but in due time, everything will change. And he has a smirk, seeming like he knows something that no one else does at the mention of that.
Guy just shrugs his shoulders and says, I can say that about everything in life. Everything is bound to change at some time. Nothing is really permanent.
The world is not static. We agree there. You must be dynamic and flow along with it.
Ah, now those are words of the wise. And then he kind of reaches his hands through the bars and rests on them, kind of like the prison bars. He'll reach his hands through and then cross them.
Yeah, like his elbows are
Yeah, kind of lean
Yep.
on it a little bit.
on arms
says-
or whatever.
Well, tell me, what world-changing event landed you down here? And then he's addressing you, Malgar. He has not noticed you yet. Or he hasn't, noticed that you're a drow.
Let's just say, me and my family did not get along very well, even more so than normal.
He says, well, that's nothing. It's nothing too different. Plenty of men out there don't have very close families. They're not here. They're not down here with you, are they?
Oh, believe me, it is quite different in my case.
That may be. He kind of dismisses a little bit. Is there anything that you, Khan, or Harry would like to discuss while you're waiting? Khaled's in the
So-
room, pacing back and forth.
Khaled, how are we supposed to free our friends?
He's fuming and trudging kind of angrily in frustration. Oh, this is shite. They can't just put somebody away like that, even if it is a drow. Everybody needs their due. And then he's kind of talking to himself and muttering and saying a bunch of stuff that you don't really fully understand. He does reply to you, though. He says, well, I guess there's not much to do than wait. I think they've kind of locked us away for the time, making sure we don't leave. I don't like that dwarf. There's no reason for him to speak up.
Yes, he seems to hold grudges, especially against drows.
And then Khaled kind of laughs to himself. Well, for good reason, to be sure. But there's no justice, and he kind of slams his fist on a table. This is not justice. Moradin calls for better. And he
So, do we wait out and wait for a sentence? What do we do?
And then Khaled,
Just everyone.
Khaled replies, well, they locked the door, so we certainly can't leave unless any of you plan on going out the window. And then he kind of stops pacing and stands up a little straighter, and then he kind of sets his jaw and he says, I think we just need to wait. I'm gonna pray on it. And then he goes in the corner and kind of starts to commune with his god, Moradin.
Well, it looks like we can't do anything except for wait. Well, they locked us in here, and it wouldn't do us any good if we escaped anyways.
I'll take this
Because-
chance to rest.
All
I
right.
guess that's all we can do.
I back away from the bars for a little while during this break, and walk some slow circles.
All right.
I eventually go back up to the bars, look over at Guy. Well, I still don't get it. but I respect your fighting. And I respect your piety.
Looks like we have time, so I could at least explain where my thoughts come from. See, I'm a cleric of Moradin, a Forge Father, and I believe that life is like people being in a forge being hammered into the right shape. So I accept that hardship sometimes is like the hammer striking you, and that is painful. But if you're strong, then you will be in the right shape afterwards. See what I'm saying?
Simplistic, but yes.
That is the philosophy. And I've seen that smiths, if something cannot be hammered into the right shape, they just toss it away and start anew. And having seen you fight and be a good companion during our struggle against the orcs, I just think that your iron maybe needs to be forged still, like all of us. But it would be too bad to just toss you away. I see value in you.
I see value in you too. What was that word you used earlier?
Ale.
Friend? I say it like strangely.
Ale.
Oh yeah, that's also a good word, friend. Currently, at this moment, I prefer an ale, though. No, no offense.
You
The
know?
other prisoner
He
goes,
laughs
the other
hard.
prisoner says, "Ah, yeah, me too. Sadly, they do not serve down in these dungeons."
Aye.
Well, you know you're free to get one at any time, guy, right?
Well, guy's locked in the cell right now.
You could just call for guards and
Yeah,
ask for them.
he could call for guards. Yes.
Well, I appreciate you being down here with me. Your sentiments are still lost on me, but I do appreciate it, friend.
All right, that's a good start.
And then the other
There's-
man
There's
speaks
audible
up.
strain of me like trying to say friend.
Yeah. There may not even be a draw word for that.
Probably not.
No, there's not.
And the other man kind of goes, "Oh my goodness, are you two lovers?"
You're just jealous.
I assure you not. And he's looking over at you, guy, kind of scrutinizing you, and he says, "That is very curious, because you sound like a dwarf, but you look more like a man."
I grew up with dwarves. That
Lots of
may
people
have
grow up with
forged me
dwarves.
into a shape that is unusual. I see that.
He says, "Ah, yes, lots of men grow up with dwarves, but they don't necessarily take on all of the characteristics." What
Oh, you
about...
can smell that? That wasn't me. Seriously, that wasn't me.
And then he says, "So we have a dwarven man, half dwarf. What are you, friend?" And then he's kind of talking to you, Malgar.
Oh, I'm an elf.
Did you actually drop? No, you didn't drop that you were a drow. You're just
No.
talking. Okay, yeah. So he says, "An
I've
elf."
specifically not mentioned it.
And then he says, "Aren't you a little too high and mighty to be dragged down to the pits such as these?"
These
Bless you.
council members have their own reasons for putting people away.
"Ah, but usually they have good reason."
Yes, I've made a few mistakes. Hence why I'm in this cage.
Well, we all have our reasons, and we definitely have time. Why not share?
You're
I
a
don't know.
curious one, aren't you? And why should we trust you?
Trust? No. Not trust, just amusement. We could be down here for who knows how long. It's good to make it interesting. And as it is my house since I was here first, I do not think it is me who has to go first.
I'm not here for your amusement.
Oh, but you will be begging for it soon.
I highly doubt that.
What about you? And then he looks over to you, Guy.
Well, if it is amusement that you want, get me some ale and I'll tell you some jokes. Maybe the one about the wizard and the cleric and the fighter walk into a bar and then, well, let's have the ale first.
I'm afraid they don't serve down here. I've asked. Hence, the amusement, you know. Gets awfully parched down here in the darkness.
Aye.
Alright, is anything else particular need to be said? Or are you guys kind of good?
I
I'm
think
fine.
I'm good.
Alright, we can take a long rest at this time.
Right.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good with the long rest.
Yep.
Alright.
Or however long it takes for them to deliberate.
Oops. Okay, so you are all kind of sitting there, Guy and Malagar down in the dungeons, and Harry, Osiris, Viger, and Adokul, along with Khaled, are awaiting their time in one of the appointed chambers.
In the penthouse.
Yep. Time kind of drains on.
Occasionally, I like stick my hands like outside the bar, like I'm resting there, and I will like check the lock to try to determine its exact mechanism type.
All right.
So I can, if I need to pick it, I know the best way how to ahead of time.
All right.
While I'm seeing that he's fumbling, I will cover the noise by telling jokes like, and then there was this sorcerer who was painting, and he said it was wizard.
The man likes it. He's like, ah.
These kinds of stuff.
He's like, oh, that's a good one. I haven't
Bad
heard that
jokes.
before. Make
Yeah,
me
to be clear, I am not actually picking it.
make me a perception check, Guy.
Yeah.
All right, you notice that the man kind of noticed Malagar's movements. And though he's laughing at your jokes and seems to be paying attention to you, he suddenly has piqued interest in the inhabitant next to his cell.
All right.
All right, so you are you're all kind of winding down, falling asleep. Guy falls asleep. Malagar goes to his trance rest, and Harry, Osiris, Viger, Adokul, but not Khaled. Khaled continues to pace and pray. All kind of settle down. All right, Malagar, make me a perception check.
All right.
Can I assist that with not snoring?
You're sleeping.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can assist that because you're sleeping.
All right.
I give a quiet.
Yeah, because
back.
you do sleep, correct? Yeah. Okay. So Malgar, while you're in your trance, you kind of hear this. Hey.
I give a back.
Hey.
I don't really open my eyes though.
Okay. It is coming from the cell next to yours. The man is
Up to the
clearly
right.
trying to get your attention.
Like I said, I give a back, just enough for him to hear.
Okay, so he says, "Oh, good, you're awake. Tell me, what's going on the surface?"
What do you know?
I don't know a whole lot. I was thrown down here a while ago.
Orcs are attacking again. They're doing the best to push him back.
Ah, okay.
Seems to
so
have been
it
successful this time again.
says, okay, so perhaps something is underway. Tell me, what... Have you had part in it?
Yes and no.
And then he says, I don't mean to be too forward, but I simply must know. Are you part of it? Or are you just some other lowly scum?
No, I was a part of it. I did some of the fighting.
Okay. 1 second. Oh yeah. So he's kind of just going along with what you're saying. Oh man.
Did he say that?
No, I said that. Sorry, it's been a very, very long day. And then he goes over to you and says, "Tell me, have the lost ones made any note about me missing?"
The Lost Ones. Do I know what that's a reference to?
You did have a run-in with the Lost Ones, a gang. They were roughing up that merchant guy.
shopkeeper.
Yeah, the shopkeeper.
Yes.
Have they sent out any word for me?
You weren't mentioned around me.
Just like them, fucking forget about me. Well, that's all well and good. Modra's plans are already in place, so I suppose it'll all take time. And then he kind of sidles back into his cell. So I suppose I'll get some sleep and wait for the fucking end.
That name you mentioned, Modra, is that the leader of their gang?
He has gone to the back of his cell, so...
No, I'm asking you, like, do I know that?
Oh, Modra... Let's see.
Or can I roll a streetwise?
Yeah, roll me a streetwise. He's not part of the Lost One gang. This name does not pique any memory in you. This is the first time you are hearing this name, but you sense that it is definitely an important one.
Gotcha.
And you know,
So
from what you know of what you've heard about the Lost Ones, there's no one important in the Lost Ones named Modra.
Okay. I ask him, I'm not familiar with Modra. Who's he?
In order
Or she.
to talk with him, you'd have to get closer, because he's at the back of his cell now, so he's kind of out of range, kind of resting down to go to sleep.
Gotcha.
So you'd have to
Then
get closer.
I say that just at the corner of my cell.
All right, so he hears you and goes, "What?" And then it kind of moves up closer. What was that?
Who's Modra? Not familiar with that name.
What do you don't know Modra? Of course. Brain's a little scrambled from being down in here. Tell me, who do you know in the Lost Ones?
Rattle off a couple of their head honchos.
What was that?
I rattle off a couple of their head honchos.
Do you know any of their names?
Well, you said I knew a couple of the leaders of the Lost Ones, but like Modra wasn't one of them.
No, you from what you know of the Lost Ones, you don't know anyone in there from the name of Modra.
Oh, okay.
Not that you know like the leaders' names.
Gotcha.
You're just going from you're going based off of some backhanded knowledge that you gained just from walking the streets. You haven't actually had any dealings with the Lost Ones, except for that fight.
Right. Can I roll another streetwise to see if I remember anyone or overheard anyone saying the
Go
Lost
ahead.
One's name?
Sure.
Less than ideal.
Yes, you do not recall hearing a specific name.
I'm relatively new to this region. I haven't quite affiliated myself with the Lost Ones yet.
And he says, "Well then, how the hell do you end up in the council dungeons?"
Various other nefarious dealings.
Such as, there may be no honor amongst thieves, but we still need to know who we're dealing with. I can't just give out information to anybody. You understand, I'm sure.
Oh yes, I'm sure. And with that, I hold out my hand so he can see the color of my skin.
At that, he gives an audible gasp and kind of steps away. And you hear him muttering to himself, oh shit. And then he walks back up. Are you here to kill me?
Not you.
I suppose. I don't know that I can trust that. My apologies. I've never encountered one of your kind before. Heard many stories. Never thought I would
Yes.
see one amongst the Lost Ones.
It's true, very few are lived to tell the tale of us. But now you understand why I'm down here.
Yes, that does make a lot more sense. And then he talks to you. He's like, "Well, I suppose you've shown, so I should show now as well. I was part of the group to broker dealings between Modra and Tusk. But I was found out on some other charges. And so now, of course, I await trial. If they would ever give me one. I'm not sure they even remember me."
So you're saying the Lost Ones were going to try to help the orcs?
No, not the lost ones. Just some hired muscle. Modra is known extensively in the criminal underground of the city, and the lost ones are there for hire for anything. I accompanied him on one such mission to negotiate some deals in arms.
I see, so they're mostly just suppliers then.
Well, Modra is. I hear he's part of an even bigger ring. Not so secluded to one city.
What ring is this?
Well, I'm not up in the echelons of that nature. I'm more of just a hired muscle. But I know enough to know that the city of Overlook and even the Elsier Vale, you could say, might be under a new management coming in the future. There's a lot of underground dealings going on. If you keep your ear close to the ground, you might hear of them. I'm sure you probably know more than I do, sir.
Haven't spent a whole lot of time inside the city. We're sent away pretty quick. And I don't like crowds.
I'm sure you like the shadows a lot more. Well, if you don't mind, sir, you're giving me quite a fright. I am rather tired.
More I do. The guy rolls over.
And then he exits from that, going to the end of his cell, and kind of lays down, muttering to himself like, "Holy shit, fucking Drow! Thought for sure he was gonna come into my cell. Oh, thank God. Maybe everybody's forgotten about me. Oh."
Well, if that's that, then I'll exit as well.
All right. So, you all benefit from an extended rest. And up in the council, Khaled is actually hailed upon and leaves the room with the guards. You want to say anything to him before he leaves? Harry and Osiris?
We could say, make sure you get our friend removed from the dungeon. Just let us know when we can leave with him.
He acknowledges that and says, it's my primary purpose right now.
Right, thank you, my friend.
And then he exits the chamber. And you're all kind of left by yourselves. I'll actually take you out here.
You guys think it's weird nobody notices I have an accent?
You're just one of them Western dwarves.
Yeah.
And then after a short time, tense waiting, the rest of you are hailed upon. Osiris, Harry, Adokal, and Viger. You're all brought to this hallway. Same as guards come and take Guy and Malagar out of your chambers.
Thanks.
Okay.
Alright, so we are in High Hall once again. And you are brought into the council chamber once more. And you see the council with both Binwin and Khaled kind of standing at the end of the altar.
My screen is dark.
Is
Or
it?
the high halt map is dark. Is my token on the map?
It is.
Oh.
How about now?
Hey. Yep, there we go.
All right.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
No, you're fine. I'm just I gotta read some stuff. All right, so you see Binwin and Khaled standing at the foot of the altar with the high hall, and they hail you all with a few dignitaries in attendance, but the chamber's not nearly as full with the other adventurers as it was before, and they speak. Hail, brave adventurers. I apologize for the intervening circumstances. I hope you understand our misgivings to trusting you, for a drow is a serious issue to be taken when they are in our presence. Centuries of mistrust, distrust, and and treachery have sowed bad seeds between us. We have deliberated and we have heard the tales of those charged against you, same as the account of Khaled, a paladin of Moradin himself. And we have come to a judgment. We determine that it is right and just to hail you as heroes of the Vale.
But
Rah.
The only condition we ask, or not ask, I should say the only condition that we determine is that the actions of you, what is your name? And he points at you, Malagar.
Malagar.
Malagar. Drow. Fellow hero. We ask that the actions of you are made responsible on Khaled. You have a good friend there. Don't disappoint him, for he will answer to any of your crimes. You will be greeted in the city of Overlook as heroes, for you have sealed the nexus from the orc hordes and proven yourselves worthy. The bards will sing of your tales, and you will be welcomed in many a tavern on the night. And then Binwin's kind of storming at this. He's like, you... I gotta fucking find this. God damn it.
Well, at the mention of tavern, he has a broad grin and pats everybody on the back. He's like, aye.
So eager to get to the drink.
Sounds about right.
Who isn't?
This is so irritating because I wrote a whole fucking thing and I'm like almost for certain that I fucking had it and I can't find it now. Have the thing open. But yeah, anyway. So they hail you and say, you will be named heroes under the mountain, and your titles shall be known to all the common folk in Overlook. For the town and perhaps the Vale itself owes you this fealty. And then Binwin's kind of storming off, saying, "This is not right. It's a fucking drow. You stab them in the back before they can stab you. You mark my words, High Council Dwarf. You will pay the effects of this. You will be held responsible for this." And then he leaves the chamber. At this, you guys may celebrate, and Khaled comes by just kind of clap you on the backs, and he says, "I told you, heroes. I told you I would get you out of this. Thank
Job
you
well done,
so
my
much.
friend.
Thank you so much for your help. You earned this praise. And you are allowed to leave."
Excellent. Let's celebrate.
Ooh,
Let's get out of here before they change their minds.
we can finally be lazy.
How do you spell the name that the guy told me in the cell? Modra?
Modra.
Just like that? Okay.
Yep.
I had it right.
Have you got tales from your cell, Melagar?
Tales? No. Whispers? Yes.
Whispers. The next best thing.
And I don't say that, like, don't have this encounter until we're well out of the chambers.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get the hell
While
out
we're
of here.
leaving, Guy would stop by some of the guards of the dungeons and slip them a gold coin and tell them to bring that other guy an ale. And tell him Guy says hello and he should think about Moradin.
All right, so you guys are able to go out into the city.
I'm a not wear my mask. Well, let's let the word spread a little
So,
bit. First.
yeah.
I'm gonna wear my mask. for
Yeah, the
first.
word is just spreading right now, and you all still don't really know what's going on because you just got back to the city, and all you know is of your adventures out in the vents. But you've been hearing that the orcs have broken upon Bordrin's watch once more.
All right.
And Khaled does not accompany you. He kind of goes off to do his own thing.
Okay.
All right. Once we get to a secluded spot where we won't be easily overheard, I tell the rest of my party here about my talk with the jail dude. Do we ever get his name?
No, he never gave a name.
Okay. With my prison
Oh,
mate about that.
When did all that happen? I was there.
While you were cutting down trees.
I was cutting down. Oh, you mean snoring? Oh, yeah.
Sawing logs.
So apparently, the Elsier Vale is potentially under threat again, but this time from the inside. There are many dark dealings going on that are trying to change the management, was the phrase that he used. And unfortunately, that does not bode well for me because, well, I just got their blessing. If there's new management, I doubt we'll get it again.
You think Binwin was in on it?
Unknown. I did get an important name out of him, though. Modra.
Modra.
He apparently is a very important figure in the Underdark, and potentially has ties to this plot.
Is that a person or organization?
Person.
Modra.
Person.
Okay.
They also appear to be using the Lost Boys as their form of muscle whenever they need it.
And
We're
by,
also in dealings with Tusk.
and by the way, you did get all of your stuff back, Malgar.
No, I was just gonna ask that later. Sweet, thanks.
Oh, Vigor's here.
Ooh.
Oh, snap.
Nice.
Oh, jeez.
Just in time for the tavern, huh?
Nope.
This motherfucker.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, Malgar. Go ahead.
So yeah, they use the Lost Boys as their muscle, and also have ties to Tusk. And I don't know if it was coordinating or just selling arms, but they were in dealings with the orc incursion.
Well, I'm not sure what we can do about that, as we don't have ties to them. But usually, if these guys have their organization in the shadows, let's shed some light on it. If we just tell everyone what you just told us, that should make things difficult for them, right?
We have no proof.
Well, we're celebrated heroes of the city. We just have to convince people.
If that's our plan, then those words are better off coming out of your mouth than mine.
Right. Me walking into a bar and asking, is Moradin, Modra in? I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. But if we could back up our claims with some proof, that would be better. Do you have any idea how to go buy such things?
I might be able to. The man said that the entirety of the Elsier Vale was under threat from this management change. Outlook is by far the biggest city in this region, correct?
Yes, by far.
So this would probably be their central hub. If there was information to find, it'd be here.
What part of town do you want to go to? Do we start at the tavern?
I don't think we have a choice but to go to a tavern. Guy might stab us otherwise.
I wouldn't stab you. I might just be right back and bring some ales with me.
What number is the tavern?
Okay.
Looking at this
Go.
map, there are bound to be like 20,000 taverns
Yeah.
in District A alone.
District A.
There is an infamous tavern called the Pickled Imp, which would be number 25.
25.
Hmm.
Nice. Right at the entrance.
Yep.
Yeah, you would think they're on the outskirts.
Is that where you would like to go?
Yes.
Sure.
I think we all deserve a nice drink.
All right.
And yep.
So, you make your way to the Pickled Imp, walking amongst the streets.
Still wearing mask and hood.
Yep.
We get a drink in real life.
Walking around, you do see some
And gloves.
what do you call them? Some hailers or whatever, like those criers. You do see criers that are kind of telling of the deeds of the latest news from the orcs across the mountains.
Heralds.
Heralds, yeah, heralds and criers. So they are kind of spreading word through the city of Overlook that the threat has been vanquished by a band of heroes from underneath the mountains who have sealed the tunnels beneath. And they are giving descriptions of you. They're giving descriptions of a half-elf, a dwarf, 2 devas, a human, and even a dark elf.
Ooh.
Yep, they're even giving an account of a dark elf, and people are very excited and rushing to and fro hearing this information, and talking amongst themselves, gossiping and sharing in the joy. But even so, the mention of a dark elf gets some really weird looks and expressions.
So we're like rock stars.
It's good to have a reputation.
15
Yes.
minutes of fame.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
Basking.
Before you guys get run out of town.
That's three times as long
Mhm.
as the 5 minutes.
All right, so you are making your way through town. probably asking a commoner here and there about the inns and everything, and they're telling you about a lot of different inns in the towns, but one keeps coming up as a pretty infamous favorite of the Pickled Imp. And walking through, you eventually come up to it, which is on the western side of the city, outside the second gate. You see that there is a jar. There's a large jar containing a dead imp suspended in brown fluid sitting proudly on the old wooden bar.
Hence the name, huh?
Yep, tucked away on a side street a few blocks away from the western gates. And you make your way inside, and you hear some bardic music.
All right.
I
Guy
hear
would go
music.
up to the bar and order a round of ales.
I ask for wine.
And there is a bard.
Yes.
There is the gossip of the town telling of a group of heroes, 6 strong, that have vanquished the orcs from beneath the mountain. You go up to the barkeep and order your drinks, and he looks at you and says, and he's like, and then he gets some glasses and fills them up. At the mention of wine, he looks at you and he goes, huh, wine? This ain't High Hall.
Ale it is.
Would you happen to have anything stronger, barkeep? Like liquor?
Ah, sure. Depends how big of a risk you want to take. And then he gives a big toothy grin with some nasty looking teeth.
Give me a round of your strongest stuff.
Sure. And he kind of snorts and spits on the side. Goes around to a different area of the bar. Takes a big, like a, I don't know what it's called, but it's like a barrel, but it's not like a full barrel because that would be ridiculous. But like
A jug?
yeah, like a jug barrel, and pours some little shots of a liquid. It's kind of foul smelling.
Foul.
Yeah, and then he passes them on to you. He's like, there you go. That's the strongest you'll see in the whole city. Not many can take it. And then he kind of laughs.
Nice.
Smells like potato blackroot schnapps. Be careful with that one.
And then he calls, that'll be 12 copper pieces.
Righto.
I'll pay that.
You'll pay that guy?
Yeah, I'm paying the round. These guys saved my lives. I'm paying
Okay.
whatever they drink.
100 copper pieces, is it 1 silver or is it 10?
10.
Okay.
It depends on the version. It's another weird thing.
Oh, I was about to fix that, but yeah, that's fine. You do
yeah,
it.
I was literally doing it at the same time. I saw the 73 turn to 71. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't even touch it yet. All right, so then 12 would be 10. Okay.
Nice.
There is some of the patrons. They're all kind of muttering to themselves drunkenly at this time, enjoying their time in the seedy tavern, and they take notice of you, and they're kind of whispering to themselves about you across the way. Your group.
The whisper, I don't care. This ale is good. And I ordered another one, and then another.
All right, 2 more rounds would be 12 copper.
Alright.
After some time of merrymaking, one of the patrons comes by and he looks at you, and he kind of addresses the party, but no one person in particular. He goes, "Hey, are you that band? They're talking about a band of a half elf a dwarf, two angel duties, angel guys, and then an elf. Where's that elf?
Never mind that. Let's say, I could never figure this one out. If a city has 8 quarters, isn't that actually 2 cities?
You know, you might be right.
And guy's totally drunk.
And then the guy's like, huh? Oh, yeah. And then he gets a really confused look on his face, like, thinking, like, he's actually thinking about it. And he's like, wait a minute. What the hell? and he says, but, it's the talk of the town right now. But where's the elf? Isn't there supposed to be an elf?
There's only half an elf, that's me.
No.
Me.
You're the half elf.
Me.
And then
That's me.
he pokes you in the chest. Where's the dark elf?
Oh, that's the one over, he was over yonder, just a second ago.
I tap you on the back. Over here, man.
He turns around.
Oh, there you are. Hey, come have another ale with me.
And now the guy.
I'm still holding like the first one. It's only been like half drunk because I have to like sneak sips out of it. So I always keep my wits about me. So
Malagar, my friend, we have to train this a little bit more. You don't have to sniff it. You have to swallow. That guy drowns another mug. See, like this. Like this.
just like your mom did to me last night.
Oh.
Okay, we got the mom jokes. And then the other patron's like, oh yeah, that's good, and then he's like joining in. He's like, oh, you go, now me go, oh no, now you go, oh now me go, and he's just kind of drinking with you. And then he gets this confused look on his face, like, why did I come over here again? And then he turns his attention to the rest of the group, and then he takes notice of the cloaked in black figure, you, Malagar, and he's looking at you kind of cross-eyed, like unrecognizing, like, who's this?
These two, one of them must be my friend. One of these two.
Oh, he's one too, huh? What's your name? I'm Radford.
Nice to meet you, Radford. You can call me Malagar.
Malagar. Yeah, I haven't heard that one before.
It's an old name.
And so you guys, you're the heroes of the Vale. The heroes of Overlook.
So they keep telling me.
God, they're singing songs of you everywhere. Hey, Bard! And then he goes running over to the Bard and starts talking to the Bard, bothering him. And then you can't hear it on here because I don't have it prepared, but the Bard changes his tune. Apparently, there is a like folk song of like heroes and well known to like common folk to celebrate. And he starts playing that.
Oh, yes.
And now some of the other patrons have kind of taken it upon themselves to investigate, and they're all coming over and trying to talk to you and figure out what's going on. Seems like the word has spread pretty damn quickly. And they're talking about how they heard about the incoming orcish invasion coming across the mountains once more, and how they feared that this time would be the time that they would come across. But yet it was saved as they had broken upon the walls of Bordrin's Watch just like every other time they have tried in centuries past. But they hear that the efforts of a lone group underneath the mountains are to attribute the actual victory to. For Tusk and his orcish warriors were going through the tunnels underneath the mountain, but were thwarted by this party. And they hear tales from all the bards and all the heralds and criers that it is due to the efforts of a half-elf, a dwarf, 2 devas, a human, and a dark elf. And so they see you guys all together, and they kind of just put 2 and 2 together. The longer you are spending in the tavern, the more choked with people it gets. And the harder it is for you to move around, and everybody is taking notice of you. Everybody is trying to talk to you.
Grow increasingly uncomfortable.
And they're buying beers all around.
Oh man, I'm starting to get super drunk, guys.
Yeah, guys getting super drunk, walking around saying, "Hey, the 2 devils, a half elf, and a human go into a bar with no lights," and then the human says, "Hey, it's still so dark, elf, right?" Yeah, guy is the time of his life.
I'm happy to be
Guys, I'm awesome party person.
Is anyone
One-man
like
party.
to try to see through my hood?
No, they're kind of just talking. They're just joining into the like chaotic nature of the moment. But
Okay.
it is getting increasingly what do you want to say? Constricted and uncomfortable for everybody involved, especially you, Malagar.
And I think with that, I'll slowly start making my way out. Go hang out in an alley until the rest of my friends are done.
Oh, guy had been done like 5 ales ago.
But they keep buying drinks. We can't say no to free drinks.
Yeah, I can't say no to that. It's like the old saying amongst dwarf goes: if you can lie on the floor without holding on to the table, you're not drunk.
All right, so you all. Let's see. I'm gonna put you on a map real quick. Who all was drinking? Guy, Osiris.
I'd definitely be getting fucked up.
All right.
Harry,
I
were you drinking?
didn't turn down the first view.
I feel like Adolko would be drinking as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Doku.
You can't turn down a challenge.
Malagar would be the only sober one. He only had one, right?
Yeah, he was sipping on his.
I mean, Harry is a dwarf. He would be drinking, but he would still be sober.
Yeah.
My tolerance is there, yeah.
Poison resistance.
The trick is to look sober.
All right.
That's a good trick.
So we are on this map now.
Ooh. Is it supposed to look like that?
Like
Black
what?
and white grid? Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, you see it now?
Yep, no.
Yep.
Ah, it was loading, yeah.
Everybody has it? All right, cool. Very cool. All right, so you are coming out of the alley that you went into the pickled imp. It is getting dark out. Dusk is coming. It's not quite so dark yet. But
Wait, so we were drinking there during the daytime?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
drinking.
Can't get drunk. Don't
So
drink right away.
they drinking.
I was here worried about finding a bed.
How often are you declared the hero of the Vale? I mean, this is just the first tavern we go to, right?
So we're going to the next one now.
Yeah! They haven't heard my joke about the two owls and the bear who...
That's true.
etc., etc.
Everyone must hear the joke.
Why can't I get this thing to work?
Guy's dancing apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, he's
It's not-
trying to stand straight.
I'm trying to
He's
do this. I'm trying to do this thing on the map, but it's not letting me.
I stand, right, like I keep behind the party, kind of corralling them to keep them together.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take a piss by this tree. Oh man,
Public intoxication.
I had to pee so bad. I was holding it in. They just wouldn't stop giving us free drinks. The rule of thumb is never turn down a free drink.
What the fuck? It's not letting me do it. Oh well. Okay, so you are you're going down the streets. Like I said, it's kind of turning to dusk. Probably about time you find an inn, unless there's anything else that you want to do.
Well, another tavern, maybe?
Can I just get rid of all my weapons and armor for whatever I can get?
All right,
No
so
handling.
you can go to a shop real quick.
He wants to empty a sack.
It's a lot of junk.
If you open the party sheet, can you open that?
I'll take a look at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you can drag and drop the items into the top right portion, the parcel items or whatever, and then you can sell that. I think that's how you do that.
Let's give it a shot.
Well, if you do it that way, then the money will be shared amongst everybody.
That's
We're
the way we've
splitting
been.
all, yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. Saying if you want to
Sharing
sell
it,
something
Terry.
and keep the gold for yourself, then that's not the way to do it.
We're being rather communist about our gold here.
Yeah,
That's
Stealing
fine with
is
me.
Everyone
frowned
gets-
upon.
Everyone gets
Communist.
shared.
Can you do that or no?
I'm trying to drag, but I don't know if I can.
You gotta drag with the red dragon icon.
I don't.
So in your inventory, in
Oh
your sheet,
yeah.
there you
No.
go.
There you go.
That makes more sense.
That worked from
That was me.
Malagar.
I just
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So you can drag whatever you want to sell into that.
Yeah, it's just doing one at a time.
Or we can sell mundane items.
What's
What
a
was that?
mundane item?
Well, a non-magical item.
Oh wait.
Yeah, you can sell everything. It'll just sell for a lot less.
Yes.
Oh
Nice.
yeah.
I mean, not everybody can afford magic items.
trying to.
These commoners, gotta use mundane items.
Are you selling everything in your bag of holding, Harry?
The armor and weapons, basically.
Armor and weapons?
I think, yeah. I don't really think I need to keep anything.
Just don't sell any magic items.
Yeah. And we'll just keep that quarterstaff for backup.
Okay.
In case something happens to mine.
Didn't Adoku's weapon shatter? Always have a backup weapon.
Yeah, It broke.
I might have a longsword for him. Keep that one.
You have 11 great axes.
Gotta keep at least 10. Just kidding.
Yeah.
You can throw great axes, right?
No.
No.
I mean,
You can basically throw them as improvised stuff.
Yeah, I
with the
suppose.
D4
Yeah,
damage.
you can throw them. They're just not like intended, so you could. Yeah, you would use them as an improvised.
it would,
That is correct.
There'd be a lot of penalties to it. I know. So theoretically, yes.
Practicality, not.
Yeah,
Wow.
because
Okay.
with that basically goes off the weight of it. So you'd be better off just like throwing a chair or something.
Throw a gold coin. Right.
Well, while Harry's doing this, we can keep going.
Yeah.
Alright.
There's a little time lag, so I can't even be fast about it.
Well, you can put one in there and then update the number. You're doing them one
Oh.
by one.
Yeah, I have been. Let me see.
Well, thing is, we as players cannot update the number in the party
Oh,
sheet. We
you
can
can't?
only update the number on our own sheets.
Okay, so you can tell me how many you want to sell, and then I can update it. I've kind of just been adding stuff. Do you want to keep any leather armor?
No.
No? Okay.
I'll just keep the one longsword and the quarterstaff.
Just the long sword and the quarterstaff, okay.
Yeah. I don't think anybody knows how to use arrows, right? Bow and arrow.
Not my thing, no.
Nope.
Yeah, we're okay then.
I think a Dolkul is trained in all martial weapons, so
And we've got long range magic anyway.
yeah, he would be able to.
Yep, got range magic. Learned our lesson the first time, not having range.
And shurikens,
And shurikens.
which do a surprising amount of damage under the right circumstances.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, you have good aim with that, so I guess if you hit him in the jugular, it would probably hurt. God damn, you got a lot of stuff in that.
Oh my god,
You
yeah. He
telling
was
me?
fucking full. He was full. Okay.
Your sack was full.
All right. Is this everything that you want to sell?
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
That sack is probably the best item in this whole party.
You sold 156 items for 518 gold pieces.
Nice.
Oh,
Yes.
we're
Each,
gonna make
right?
big.
There you
Each.
go. Took a while, but it was worth it.
Wait, there's still some in the party sheet though. Why weren't they sold?
Wand, quiver, dagger, cloth armor.
Oh, okay. So I will distribute. Oh, because those don't have a value attached to them.
Cloth armor is 1 gold piece. Daggers 1 gold piece. Quiver, well, basically only the arrows. A wand, oh, I'd have
Okay.
to look that up. Maybe 10, something like that.
I'll go with
10 gold pieces.
Yeah, I'll just go with 10. I'll be fine.
One to 7.
Okay. So, distributed amongst you all. Now you all have that.
Nice.
Ooh,
Here we go.
I'll take it.
I can almost buy a magic item.
Yes. 609 gold pieces. There we go. Okay, so moving through the streets. You are able to sell a lot of your inventory. Probably make your way to an inn. Increasingly, you are being choked by the crowd, people wanting to see the heroes.
Let them touch our bodies.
Well, A guy attempts to high five a lot of them, but ends up smacking some of them in the face. And apologizes totally after that. He's like, oh, I thought you were over there. And you too, talking to one person.
All right, so we will say let's say that this is an inn right here where I just drew that arrow. You can spend the night, unless there's anything else you want to do right now.
Spend the night.
For the record, some more taverns, but yeah, we can spend the night.
Well, it's an inn, so it'll have a selection of ales.
Have selection, room service.
Ooh.
Send us the booze.
The Dokul walks in.
I walk straight to the bar.
All right.
Oh, after the party, there's an after party.
Okay, so here they have ale and they also have wine. Ale is 2 silver pieces. A bottle of wine is 5 gold pieces. And then a room per day is 5 silver pieces.
Let me get a room.
I think we should all get rooms first.
Yes. Let's get the room before we spend all our gold on wine.
I'll buy all your rooms. How about it?
Oh, yes. You're so kind.
Osiris is sleeping on the streets.
That shot really fucked me up.
All right.
Tell ya. Potato blackroot schnapps.
What?
It's tough stuff.
Potatoes.
Taters.
Cater tots weren't so strong.
Is there any way that I can do the transactions, or do you all have to do your individual ones? Because if you want an ale, you gotta take away 2 silver pieces. If you want wine, it's 5 gold pieces, and then I need 5 silver pieces for the night.
Well, you could practically drop the drinks, including the costs in the party sheet, and we can drag them from there. But then the gold would not be reduced. No, I don't think we can.
Okay.
I don't think there's a smart way.
Yeah, I would think that's something like some sort of economy thing that they could have in Fantasy Grounds. I just don't know if they have it.
There's 6 of us. I'll buy the rooms. I'll change my number.
All right.
5 silver pieces, right?
that's 30.
5 silver pieces, yes.
There's 6 of us, right?
Yep.
Well, currently, if I count, was like 7 or 8.
7. I think so. We had 7. 8 people.
We are popular now. I mean, it could have been like more ale, more ale.
All right, so you are able to finish your rest, and you wake up refreshed once more. There is a hubbub going on as you wake up. Seems like there are a lot of people in this inn now for some reason.
Well, for some reason.
Yeah.
Mm.
Do you go downstairs?
Oh my god.
I go over to Viger and ask him, "Hey, Viger. Hey, could you stop breathing so loud?" Oh,
I was trying to get a good night's sleep, man.
oh, my head. Oh.
He's fucked up.
Oh, please don't breathe so loud. Oh. But yeah, eventually he goes downstairs.
All right. So as you are going down the steps, you see a large gathering of people kind of spending time at this inn and talking amongst themselves. Everybody looks to the stairs when they hear you coming down, and they take notice of you, and there are looks of excitement and awe on their faces.
What?
Some of them come forward.
It's just D&D.
It's okay. It's just D&D. And then some of them come forward and they start saying like, "Oh, thank you so much," and other ones are talking to you about your tales.
There's no reason to shout. Oh.
And the hubbub is getting louder and louder.
And the groans from Guy are getting desperate, more desperate.
All right. So, during this whole time, the thoughts of an underground plot within the city is still weighing heavily on your minds.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I guess we forgot about that.
You guys did.
We were fucked up. So, Malagar, what was this you were talking about? Modar, this secret guy, secret organization leader.
Not here.
Modra.
Modra, oh.
you guys are together. Let me come by you two and remind you that I have a hand of fate. We can ask some questions.
Oh yes. Let's hand of fate this. After we get in private.
Yeah. Do you guys want to retreat to one of our rooms?
Yeah,
No.
I guess we could do that.
Breakfast first.
Adokal has
Oh,
the
that's
biggest grin on his face ever.
Here, I'm gonna.
Let's not go to
buy Guy and
a
Elf for
Guy
the hangover.
apologizes to the newfound fans and people and says, I really need some quiet now. Please excuse us.
All right, let's do it. Whoever wants to be a part of it, let's go.
Alright,
Yeah, our guy's gone.
yes. I'll grab some food and then I'll head up there.
I'll get started. I think it takes 10 minutes to cast the ritual.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Get started. We got 10 minutes to grab food, drinks, and head up to the room.
Yeah, Adokal's the first one there, and you all come in, and then he's like taking off his armor, and he's got his pants unbuttoned right now.
It's like, whoa, ain't that kind of party guy.
Wait, what? You said let's go back to the room.
Yeah, to discuss. With our clothes on.
Yeah, discuss and not disgust.
He just says oh, and then puts his armor back on.
Just says, oh. I can totally picture that.
Right? Oh. All right. So while the little banter is going on, Harry is slowly preparing his ritual. After 10 minutes pass, you're able to conjure. Let's see. I gotta open it up.
All right.
Is this the first time that you use this?
Yes.
It is.
Nice. Because we've been trying to use this thing like
Isn't it
for
second?
the longest time.
We did it before
No.
we came to Overlook, I thought.
Yeah, we were going to, but then we didn't for some reason.
Didn't
It
somebody
never
ask
did.
it who the most handsome man was, and it pointed back to Brindle?
Oh yeah, that's right. You did use it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because I was in that direction.
All right. So a translucent blue hand appears,
Ooh, creepy.
and it is just kind of hanging in the air.
So we can ask questions and it'll gesture
Yes, you can
for the
ask.
most rewarding course of action.
Yep, you can ask up to 3 questions about possible
Oh.
courses of action, and the hand
Great.
will gesture in a direction what the most rewarding course of action is.
You get 3 wishes.
It can basically also give you a thumbs up or thumbs down if you ask yes or no questions.
Can it hold up like a number of fingers to show like the number of things?
Yes, but
Whatever
it
it can
is
do with
one
the
hand.
gesture, basically.
Yeah, it is
Okay.
one hand though, so only like 5 fingers.
It's a pretty
Gotcha.
good spell. Is this a
But it
is
does.
this a race
But it does.
spell?
It does not. No,
Not
it's
the
just a
last thing.
level 4.
Thing is, keep
It's a
in mind
ritual.
it can only see into the future like an hour.
And that also doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily tell you the safest course of action, just the most effective.
Yes, that as well.
So let's fucking ask him about that secret character. Well, first let's ask Malagar. Be like, hey Malagar, what was that guy's name? That underworld leader. Motra. Ask him where Motra is.
Should we ask him if Moltra is in the city? Even? Or
Might
do we
be
just
better
assume
if we had a map of the city and the hand can point to a location on the map.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I like
Yeah,
the way.
Point to the number where he's.
Do we have a map though?
We do.
The duration lasts for 10 minutes as well.
Oh, okay. Got a little time to think about.
Right. Ask him where Motra is.
Like, no, do we have a map? I
thought that we would.
General direction.
No?
You
We don't have the map that we're looking at right now. You know what I'm talking about? The
That-
city
Yeah.
map.
That is for your purposes as characters to know where you are. But you do not have an actual.
We don't
physical
have an
map.
actual map? Okay.
Yeah.
No metagaming.
So, fuck. Point. Alright.
Yeah. Oh man, we're on the outskirts. It's just gonna point in, or not.
True. Ask him if Motra
Any pen
is someone we should be concerned with. Thumbs up or thumbs down.
do we have any pen and paper?
Well, writing would not count as a gesture, I think.
No, we can make a
You
rough
draw?
of the city.
Yeah, we'll just make a big old
Maybe
square.
we'll
Yeah,
draw
well, we can
city.
draw a map of the city.
Draw a map and then have him
Yeah.
point.
We could also triangulate. So
Hey,
basically, ask where the guy is, and then the hand points, and then we walk like 100 feet over there and ask again, and then the hand points again over the direction where the hand
Whoa.
paths cross. He would be right.
Hey,
It's gonna
ask
be
if that.
pretty suspicious if we're walking around with a floating hand.
Hey, ask if that
Yeah.
dwarf is a bad guy. That Babden.
That Binwin.
Yeah, Binwin. Give a thumbs up or thumbs down.
No, that's too general. Because that's like, oh, did he ever, steal something?
Right, right. Ask if
I
he's
would say-
associated with that
If he was in league with
Motrin, yeah.
Moltra.
Yes.
Motrin.
That's a
Motra.
good first question. We know where to find him, right?
Yeah. Kind
Do we-
of. We know what he looks like at least. And we can ask
Well,
around for Binwin, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got to be known enough.
Yep, he's
All
known
right,
enough, so
we'll start by
fucking
asking.
ask if he's associated.
All right.
You gotta ask him.
Yeah, well, that's the hand. Has Binwin
Associated.
is Binwin associated with Motra? This Motra character.
The hand hovers in the air for a second before turning into a downward-facing thumb.
Okay.
Ooh.
Man, fuck that dwarf.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy anyways. I was looking for an excuse.
And you all hear a soft dong in your minds. Dong.
Duh.
Let's see.
What-
Well, does anybody have something to draw a rough sketch of the map?
I've looked through our party sheet. No.
No.
Well, I have artisan's tools, but I don't think that would be the thing that we need here.
We can just draw it on the ground.
Wouldn't
on
that
the
be your whittling? Don't you like whittle?
Yeah, that's true.
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Okay.
Just make a quick carving into the floor.
Fuck
got
this in, man.
Kind of could,
Collateral
but I
damage.
don't know if the innkeepers would like that.
I take out my dagger and I start making a very shallow incision in the wood in the rough concentric squares of the town.
Okay.
And let's add a compass.
And then I tell the hand that like this side, the side actually facing north, is the north side.
Okay. So we'll ask it, using this map, can you tell us which way would be the quickest to get information about Motra? Or what?
Well, I mean, the
That's good.
tavern downstairs is full of people. I mean, the hand stays 10 minutes.
Well, yeah.
Just give me a minute, and I'll ask if somebody has a map of the city.
All right.
Malagar
Yeah.
already carved into the wood.
Yeah, whatever.
He specifically said that.
It's right there. It's already made.
All right.
All right.
Let's
Ask
shoot
him.
that question. All right, let's shoot that question.
Point to where Motra is.
Okay,
Let's
so
leave it.
I'm gonna go with what Harry said, which was, what is the quickest way? What did you say, Harry?
Yeah, the place we can go to most quickly get information.
Get information specifically about Modra, correct?
That is what I said.
Okay, so due to Malagar's crude map, it's hard to decipher exactly where it is pointing to, but it is pointing in the northeastern end,
Son of a bitch.
At least we know we're on the opposite side of town.
which is this area.
The I quarter.
Yep, the I quarter, which is Trade Town.
Go to 13.
All right. Any ideas for a last question?
And you hear a soft dong in the back of your minds.
I like that effect.
I think that's a minute mark.
No, it's the number of questions we asked.
Oh.
And remember, we can also ask yes or no questions.
Let's see.
See, I liked Guy's idea about trying to triangulate, but we only have one question left now.
Do you want to see how far we can get in 4 minutes?
So,
But then again, we know we're going northeast.
the one
Ask-
thing about Harry, though, he is an invoker that is granted Hand of Fate as being part of the class, and I think he doesn't need components for it, so you can cast it whenever.
Oh,
Well, yeah, but it's only
One
free once a day,
Per
though.
day, he doesn't
Oh,
need
Yeah.
once per day,
He has
gotcha.
Several times, but the next time he would need components. Once per day, he can do it for free.
Yes, that's correct.
right. So just gotta rest and then you can do it again.
Or you can stop by.
Hey, what is that 13?
That 13 is, you don't know that yet, but it's a well-known landmark.
Okay.
But you do know that the northeastern sector is kind of known as Trade Town.
Ask if there's an impending orc attack.
A very
Pretty well.
general question again. You guys really
Yeah.
need to be more
Ask
specific.
if it's here in the Vale
Here,
or
it-
something.
Here.
An impending orc attack is basically every night in some port.
Yeah, like,
Sleeping rumor.
you really have to be specific.
Well, figure it out then.
We've got 2 or 3 minutes yet.
I don't know, guys. What do we need answer? What is our next quest? We gotta
Well, let's ask each other, are we going to head over there right away?
should head over there. Might as well
I mean, we can't get there in like 2 or 3 minutes, so if we're gonna ask the last question, we should ask it
ask the
now.
last question and then
And I'm thinking if we should ask if anyone in the High Council is involved with the Modra plot.
yes, okay.
Uh,
That's a good question.
Very good question, yeah. All right, yeah. Is anyone in the High Council involved with the, what was it, Modra?
Modra.
Modra.
So, just a clarification with this Hand of Fate. Specifically, it says ask up to 3 questions about possible courses of action. So, if it doesn't have a course of action as part of the question, I'm wondering how the Hand of Fate answers that.
Oh,
That's a fair
So
call. I think
if-
it's a decent call at that point.
I thought it was just like
Okay.
a good, like, know-it-all type of thing.
It specifically, the hand points towards the choice that bears the greatest reward. So, like, if you ask
Right.
where can I find information about Modra, it'll point to the greatest reward given that criteria.
Nice. So 13 is the greatest reward for that?
That one was a good question.
It's not 13, it's that
the-
area. 13 is just in that area.
Right.
So,
Alright.
yeah, just to clarify.
In that circle, yep.
Trade Town region.
Okay, so to your question of is anyone in the High Council in on the plot with Modra, the hand kind of just quivers in the air for a second.
Oh, it doesn't give thumbs up or thumbs down?
And
For-
then it will do a thumbs down.
Okay.
And then a third thong sounds in the back of your head, and the hand slowly drifts off and fades away.
Alright, let's head over there. How much are magic items? 500 gold.
It wildly
Depends on
depends
the
on the
level.
item.
Yep.
The cheapest ones are 360.
Ooh. That's the cheapest ones?
Yep.
Alright.
Alright, well, let's go over there then.
You can get like an augmenting whetstone. It's only 75 GP. Gives you plus.
Yeah, consumables are cheaper, that's true.
Yeah. Or like potions and stuff like that.
Okay. I'm gonna
Right.
save up. I need a magic weapon
I'm okay to head out right away if you guys
or
are.
magic armor. But... Alright, let's go. I'm
Yeah,
ready
let's
to
go.
head over.
Adokal says, "There's a plot afoot. Let us go." And then he kind of leads out of the inn
Adoku, do
into
you
the
smell
streets.
evil?
Evil.
Evil!
You can't escape it.
More ale.
Yeah. More ale.
All right. So, leaving the room, you go down the stairs, and there's still the crowd of people kind of congesting the area, making it hard for you to move. Everyone trying to get a quick moment with you, get a quick word, say their thanks, or tell of their own boasts, or ask you about your boasts. They still are very shy away from Malagar, being cloaked, unsure of what to make of the figure, but they know that there are 6 people in the party. Would you like to
Okay,
travel through the
nice.
streets?
Yeah, just make our way
Yeah.
through the crowd. I get out into the street.
Yeah, on the way though, let's consider everybody knows us by now. How should we approach the area?
I mean,
Well,
we could just say no. It ain't us.
Yeah.
Be kind of hide,
or
kind of
opposite.
hard.
You take my cloak off, and everyone will probably want to stay away.
Mhm.
I don't know. They might be interested now, since you're like that forbidden fruit that people are finally allowed to see. You know what I'm saying? You're like that
That's
exotic dude. They're like, oh my god, he wasn't allowed before.
So remember, it's not like that. It's like as children,
I see.
this whole town has been told that
See-
my kind come in the night and will slit your throat.
Yeah.
So you're like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
All right, then.
just
Like when they see me, people are automatic
Like scared.
yeah,
their
they're
first-
put
their
on
first
immediate
response is
guard.
fear and anger. One
All
of
right, take off your robe and let's walk out. Take off your hood. Let's go.
That morbid curiosity.
Has everyone agreed to that course of action?
I mean, we're accepted, right?
Oh, I mean,
Does
I
everyone
don't know.
We got the okay, so let's fucking do it. Wait, that's gonna draw a lot of attention, but
Let's
they're gonna
have
stay away.
let's have what do you say 2 of us stay with Malagar for a distraction and the others work separately? Maybe. Like, we'll be near each other.
The
Maybe
long-term
not.
effects of this, though, is that everyone will know that when they see me in this getup, they'll know that I'm the drow. So trying to gather information in the future might be more difficult for me.
Yeah.
Right, let's just keep it hidden for now. I mean, like, as long we don't have to be afraid of people noticing that you're a drow, but you know what I mean. We can walk just. We just be able to walk there fast.
I say no, then we'll continue on.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
just
we'll just
continue
continue
on.
on.
You know, if they see, they see. If they don't, you know what I mean. It's okay. As long as we don't have to hide it like we did from that other dwarf.
And we move.
Babin? Bin?
Tintin?
What's his name again? Babin?
Binwin.
Binwin.
Binwin, yeah. Yeah, that asshole. Alright, let's go to 13 area and then just ask around. Should we start at the pubs?
Well, you're still in the
Save
street.
that for later.
You're still in the street, just outside of the inn.
Okay. So we'll walk northeast. Wait, so the inn is 18 or
No, we're in 25 area.
Overlook streets too. You're looking on the city map. Look on the other map that I keep sharing to you. Do you see that?
see
Alright.
Overlook streets too?
Yes.
Yes.
There you go. Okay. Now
How come
he's
there's
with
two
us.
of me?
There's
Yeah,
two
there's
of you.
doubles. There's doubles a guy, doubles a vegan. doubles
My
me.
doppelganger.
Okay, give me
Don't see
1
double.
second.
I've always wanted to meet me.
Hey, we're supposed to kill our doppelganger.
Harry's the only one that doesn't have a double.
Yeah, one of them was inside though. One of them was outside. I had a double.
All right.
Oh.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, something must be up, acting a little weird.
Remember, it's beta,
Beta.
not the
Yeah.
final result.
Yes.
Unity.
All right, so moving through the streets, the people are going about their day pretty normal. Don't go too fast, real quick.
Okay.
So
Oh,
the people
what
are,
is too fast?
you guys are going really fast.
Like dragon or like
We're
clicking?
already around the block.
Yeah.
Oh,
So going through the streets, people are going about their daily business. There's a lot of commotion and hubbub, rumors and gossiping going around. People are kind of taking notice of you. Some of them see with little glimmers of recognition. Some of them just looking at you like regular people. But once again, you can still tell that word is kind of getting around. And so, here, let me do this. This might be easy.
there's someone in that alley.
Who wants to be the
Yes.
like main token?
Of course, that's me.
Okay.
That guy made a main.
So we will say that you were over here.
Oh, the map is completely black.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Can you see yourself now?
Nope. Only black.
Because I see him on the Overlook map.
Yeah, I put you on the Overlook map.
Oh, there I am. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
I'll put you like right there. There we go. This might make it a little easier to like travel around the actual city. All right, so you are right about there, getting to the main street. Go ahead and travel around.
I cannot interact with that token. I don't know
You
why.
can't?
Nope.
That's weird.
There's a big one and there's a small one.
Yeah, it looked kind of weird. Ah, now I
There
can.
we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I guess let's head this way.
All right, stop.
Oh,
Oh my
man, he
god.
was
He's
cruising.
so fast.
Fucking flying.
He is so
You know how
fast.
fast that would be?
Yep, right there. Right there is good.
All right. Okay.
Holy
We'll
shit.
go like right here.
So
All right.
Okay,
So
yeah,
you
that's
get you get to a point where the streets are kind of congesting with people. They're kind of fangirling for you guys and like, oh my god, it's the heroes, and they're kind of stopping you in the streets. You are finding it extremely difficult to move around. The main street is blocked off. Make me a perception check, anybody.
Oh,
It
that's
is
me.
get-
That's my
it's getting
cue.
busy. Meanwhile, I shout at him, if you touch my beard, I touch your butt.
Whoa. Yes.
If you touch
didn't
my
know that was
beard, I'll
allowed.
touch your butt.
Yeah.
Touch the butt?
There's an old grandma off in the corner with the biggest smirk on her face. She
the first
comes
in line.
forward and just puts her hand out, reaching. All right, Osiris. So in the commotion, you keep your wits about you, and you're looking around, and you noticed a little side street that you might be able to get through and avoid
Hey,
the
everyone.
crowd.
I see a little side street. Let's go over here before we get overran by the crowd. I wave to the party. Hurry, hurry.
Yeah, let's go.
I see that old lady looking at Harry.
I'm
That
already
body
she wants a mustache ride.
She wants a mustache.
Right, so we go take the alley and then
I'm right behind you. Try to sneak around the crowd a little bit.
All right. So you go into the alley?
Yep.
All right. I would like you all to place your characters somewhere in the middle of the map within this square.
So we just drag and drop?
Yep.
Ooh, yeah. Nice. Booyah. That's fucking tight.
I tried to drag and drop, didn't work.
It didn't work? Okay.
Ooh.
I'll try it. I will,
Oh,
give me a second.
Drag and drop from where?
from the other map.
From the Overlook
Oh.
streets.
Yeah, the Overlook.
Or I guess you would be on
Yeah.
the other one.
I'll put you guys on.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I thought maybe you guys could do it. But apparently
Say,
not.
I got there first, so I'm probably in front ish.
Yes, wherever you want them to be. Try to be in the
This is
There we
where I
go.
landed the
Okay.
first time.
Are we going from
Alright.
top to bottom or bottom to top?
you're going from bottom to top.
Okay,
Let me know when you guys are good.
I'm good.
Good.
Yep.
All right. So you turn into the alley. Okay. Sudden movement catches your eye. A horse tethered to a hitching post stomps.
Ooh,
Oh, there we go.
that's a huge
Okay.
horse.
A horse tethered to a hitching post stomps as you approach. From behind you, a voice calls out, "Took a wrong turn, friends. Too bad it'll be your last." Two human warriors move up from where they must have been following you. Battle axes pulled from beneath their cloaks as they
Oh,
attack.
yeah.
I need everybody to roll me initiative.
Yes.
I draw my great sword and say, bad moment, guys. I have a headache.
This is an awesome moment.
Fighting off these thugs will make you feel better.
Time to work out my aggression.
I can never roll well on initiative.
It's a war horse, man.
All right.
Dude, is that a war horse for, like, keeps?
I don't
Nope.
think it's supposed to be a war horse.
Nope.
It's just a horse.
That is not.
Yeah.
All right. So,
War horses are expensive as fuck.
Because I want a war horse.
behind a wagon to the north, you see movement, Osiris, in the shadows. 3 figures crouch in hiding, waiting to spring. So you are able to spot these guys.
There's more up north, guys. They're trying to flank us. Let's focus on the guys back
What's
guy.
up?
Whoa. Someone just came over.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Hello?
What's up?
Oh,
Hey,
hey,
I'm
what's up,
Oh
man?
shit, what's up,
Oh,
with
Hey.
Are you joining
You
in?
didn't kill me, did you?
No, are you joining
Almost.
You didn't.
You're
You were just
literally
about to
coming
die.
in.
Fuck you guys.
You're
Fuck
literally
you
coming
guys.
in at the perfect time. Are you playing?
No, I'm drunk.
Oh,
I'm in Wausau.
funny because guys
Having
drunk
fun.
too.
Kill me now. What's up? How you doing? What's going on?
Oh, it's awesome. We were announced heroes of the Vale and had like a tavern tour, and we're drinking and partying. And currently, it's the next morning. We all have a headache, and we're having a fight. in the
And we just got ambushed.
Yep.
You do know Aduko slept with all you guys, right?
Oh
He was
yeah.
trying to.
Brought him to the tavern. All right.
So
Let's see.
you didn't kill me yet, right?
Nope, you are still alive.
Oh yeah.
Not yet.
Hey.
All right, so we will begin battle. It starts with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll move there. And the muscled man will make an attack on Guy. He swings down with his great axe, hitting Guy.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
For 11 damage. The other muscled man will make an attack on Guy as well, swinging his great axe. And he misses. Guy is able to deflect the blow. It goes to Adokul. Adokul will move forward and go into melee.
Tell me the situation. I'll move myself.
Okay, so
I'll
There-
level 5.
you're in an alley. You just got into
yeah.
an alley trying to avoid the crowd that is fangirling you guys. You got pushed into a back alley,
Okay.
and then all of a sudden these
Yep.
muscled men came up behind you saying, "Took a wrong turn, friends. Too bad it'll be your last." And then all of a sudden some other figures from up further in the alley come out, and they have you kind of cornered in this back alley right now. So there is one up and to your right that you can come into melee range with. And that's kind of the closest one. Otherwise, Guy has 2 berserkers right by him. And he's down.
I think I would like to attack. The one by me.
Okay.
I don't know what my attacks are, so you're gonna have to help me with that.
I'm assuming you're going to challenge him.
Yep.
Okay. And then you have Ardent Strike, Driving Strike, and Feebling Strike.
I think I'll do Ardent Strike.
How did
Okay.
I know you were gonna do that?
That's all I got.
You roll a hit
Always ardent strike.
for 8 damage. All right.
Fuck
Another
that nigga.
heavily armed human will come out. 1, 2, 3.
All right. So we got 2 more showing up.
And these are carrying halberds.
Whoa. They've got range.
Yep, so they have more
Double.
range. And this one will attack Adokul from behind cover of the other one using powerful strike. Hey, watch the language. All right, and he hits for 11 damage, and you are knocked prone.
Damn.
Yeah, I feel like I'm supposed to be doing a bunch of sexual shit right now. Someone come from behind me, and now I'm not prone.
All right, the other one will come forward. Difficult terrain, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one will also attack Adokul with its halberd.
You guys
And they
hate me, don't you?
miss. Osiris, you're up.
All right, let me move. Here. Let me get. Target that guy. I'm gonna do my oath. Bond of Retribution. Take that first one.
All right.
And I'll end my turn.
You call a silent oath of enmity against your target, and you swing with your two-handed sword, hitting him for 11 damage.
Nice.
All right, hold on 1 second before you go. I gotta mute you, Adam. It's kind of it's
sorry.
kind of distracting. Unless you want to put it on push to talk. Okay, I think we're good. All right, so. Oof, there we go. All right, Viger, you're up.
Move up here. Gonna attack these two with icy rays.
You hit the heavily armed human 2, but not the not 1. And you deal 7 damage.
And he's immobilized. And that and my turn.
Alright, minor action. Going to draw my duelist dagger.
Okay.
Movement action, go right here. Target this dude. I get Cunning Stalker, and you said Lightblade expertise was already built in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'll just do a regular Sly Flourish. Universe him.
That is a miss.
Alright. And minor use movements. Yeah, and my turn.
All right, Guy, you are up.
I call out to my friends. Friends, don't kill them all. They may have critical information for our quest. And then I'm gonna attack this guy south of me.
Save one.
That is a hit. You deal
And with a
11 damage.
Prayer to Moradin to give me some resistance against the noise these guys making.
It's so loud.
No, that was not supposed to be on him. That was supposed to be on me. All right, yeah. That's already my turn.
All right.
Piss.
Ending your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Harry, you're up.
Alright, I'll move first. 1, 2, 3, right there. And I'll attack that same muscle man and 2 of the heavily armored ones.
All right.
With thunder.
All right.
Ooh, nice crit there.
Ooh, there's a crit.
Ooh, that's awesome. Alright. And so I'm gonna add +2 for my Covenant of Wrath for the 2 that I hit.
Okay.
+3 because it's not the number you hit, the number you attack, I think.
The 3
Yeah,
for
it's
the
the number
attack,
you
so
attack.
that's good.
So before you do damage, let me proc that. Let's go ahead and
Okay.
put that on, and then I'll change the total.
So Sorry, so you just want me to hit the button?
Yeah, hit the button.
Alright.
No, I meant you gotta
Oh.
hit the button for your Covenant of Wrath
Oh,
because it says
yeah.
damage 1, and then I would change the total to 3
Oh,
unless
I
you
got
know how to do that. You know what I mean? So then I'll add.
I was just adding it on the modifier.
Okay, so I'll add. Oh, you added it on the modifier.
I was going to, but I didn't because I got confused.
Okay,
Should work,
my bad.
though.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll add 3 damage to that.
Yeah.
All right, that bloodies the muscled man too.
Awesome. All right, and I'll add the
Unidentified
effect.
muscled man too.
Is there a way to identify them?
Yes,
And
there
push.
is. Roll a nature check if you want to identify.
And I'll finish off by targeting myself with Invoker Defense.
All right. All right, so the horse. The horse looks spooked, like it.
Oh, sorry. The guys that I attack should be getting pushed.
How many?
It's my con mod. I think it's 3.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. And then I think you got this one. So 1, 2, 3. All right. The draft horse looks spooked, like it wants to take off right now and starts shaking its head like horses do. Which takes us to the top with unidentified, heavily armed human who will attack a Dokul once.
Hit the tank.
Yep. And he misses. The muscled man will make a great axe attack against Guy once more. And he misses. Damn. The other guy will now stride forward, excuse me, and he will make an attack against Osiris.
He's dazed.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so he cannot do that. A Dokul is up. So he will stand up from prone. And then he will make an attack after first rolling a nature check to try and identify them. And he gets an 18. So these are humans, particularly the ones that he's locked in combat with are human guards. Humans are a scattered and divided people. They inhabit kingdoms, fiefdoms, and isolated settlements throughout the world, expanding their influence, exploring the darkest frontiers, and making war against their rivals. These particular humans are dressed in the garb that is unmistakable for, like, subversion. 1 second. I gotta read that.
Never trust a human.
Yeah, the lost ones. So these appear to be gang members, wearing garb. Yeah, gang members, gangbangers.
Really?
Yes.
Thugs.
So these appear to be some of the lost ones.
These are the lost ones he's talking about.
Yes. And Dokul says, "I love you." All right, so
Then tell him not to swear on your stream.
yeah, that was
Banned.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over that. All right, so he will use driving strike on this human guard, and that is a hit. He deals 10 damage. The guard gets pushed back 1, and he can shift up. We move to human guard 2.
That one's immobilized.
He is immobilized, but he can still attack. And he recharges his powerful strike.
You just can't move.
Yep. And he will miss. Guard 3 is dazed. He will move up. 1, 2, 3, right here. Osiris, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna do Halo Fire on well, can I identify them first with the, or do we identify all of them?
Adokal just identified the human guards.
Alright, let me identify the ones that I'm fighting.
All right. Roll me a nature check.
I found it.
Nice. So
Yes.
these are also some humans. They are human berserkers. And you also know that they have great axe attacks that deal extra damage when they crit. And they have hand axes as well as a battle fury and counter power. So when they are first bloody, the human berserker makes a melee basic attack with a +4 bonus to the attack roll and deals an extra 1d6 damage on a hit.
So I'm gonna Halo Fire his ass.
That is a hit,
Boom, baby.
dealing 15 damage to him. And this will proc his basic attack, which he will go against you. Let me get the right one. And that misses.
Sucker. I will end my turn.
All right. So we go to this guy over here from out of the corner. An unidentified robe-wearing guy. Some dude wearing robes comes out. And he will make... He'll move 3, and then he will target Malagar, Adokal, and Viger.
Oh, the guy seems dangerous.
He hits Malagar. He hits Adokal. And he hits Viger. So lightning comes out. And he hits you guys for some damage. That didn't seem to do a whole lot. Alright, Viger, you're up.
Alright. I'm gonna throw... Make my pointer here. It's right there. Hit this guard. With Orb Masters.
Alright. You cast a flaming sphere, an orb of fiery magic into those squares, and it hits them. Go ahead and roll damage. Deals 9 damage to them, and they are knocked prone.
And I'm just gonna
Wow.
move a little bit.
Surprised you haven't casted Cloud of Daggers yet.
Move right there. And that will end my turn.
Does that target allies as well?
Yeah, right now it does. Just that square.
Are those barrels that are just to the north of me? Are those difficult terrain, Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to keep attacking the guard. 3. Still get combat advantage right
You're quiet again.
now. Sorry, I'm whispering.
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ooh, nice.
27 points of damage. He falls to the ground dying.
Elgar, if you could come a little closer to me.
I'll move. 1, 2, 3. And stay right there. End my turn.
All right.
You could come a little closer to me.
Okay, I'll go there.
Awesome.
Guy, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna attack the bloody guy to me
All right.
and swing my sword against him.
Ooh, critical hit. Woo! That is a hit.
Yep. some
You
good
deal
damage there.
15 points of damage.
And my allies in the area get some temps.
Ooh,
Yes.
yes.
All
Love
right,
those free
Harry, you have received initiative.
Alright, I'm taking my Blade of Vengeance out for a test run. And I'll summon it behind that human guard to the north of Adokal.
Okay. Let me get. Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. If I can still move, just one to the... Let's see here. Just so I can get this... No. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll move there anyway, and I'll just use one of the sword's attacks.
The blade can flank enemies with you and your allies. Okay.
Yeah.
So you do get combat advantage for that.
Well, a Dokul gets combat advantage.
I have distant advantage.
Oh yeah.
And that is a hit,
Alright.
dealing 12 damage.
And sustain minor. And I'll end my turn. And then let's see
Alright.
how this blade...
We move to the horse, who does the same thing, bickering where he's at. On to Human Guard 1. This guy will use Powerful Strike against a Dokul. And scores a hit,
Oof.
Let's...
which deals 11 points of damage and knocks him down on the ground.
And that triggers my sword's attack, right?
Yes, before the attack, you move the blade to a square adjacent to the triggering enemy. So you'd have to move that blade somewhere adjacent to the Human Guard.
So I can't see the numbers. Is this the one on the right?
Yes.
Alright, let's move it right.
All right.
Oh.
And then you can make that attack. You didn't make the attack.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Sorry.
Okay, hold up.
Then should've-
I gotta
yeah.
take that damage off.
Why it hit? Oh, you can just take that down.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Yep, we'll just do that. Okay, so that hits. Also for that Blade of Vengeance, when you first cast it, all it does is conjures the blade. You don't get an attack. The attack is an immediate interrupt, so it has to get triggered in order for you to attack. Because I think you used that attack when you conjured it.
Okay,
that
so it'll
make
just
sense?
take up my standard. You're right.
Does that make sense?
That makes perfect
Alright.
sense.
All right, so the human guard made his attack, and that is resolved. So we go to the human berserker one, who will attack Guy once more. And he misses. We'll shift up one. We move to the human berserker 2, who will make an attack against Osiris. Looking extremely worse for wear, he misses. Adokul will stand up from prone. And he will touch himself with his lay on hands. And then he will use Enfeebling Strike on the human guard right in front of him. Ooh, you got a 20. Of course, I use up my frickin' 20 for him. In addition to standard critical hit damage, grant an opportunity attack against the target to an ally capable of making an opportunity attack against the target.
None is close enough. But
Yeah.
well, if you want to, you could grant the conjuration there, the V thing.
I could also use... Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're right, though.
I think that's the only thing that can happen. I'll give you an opportunity attack against that guard, Harry, with the blade.
That was guard.
Yep, that one. Well, he's dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. Because Adokul's... Yeah,
You would
Adokul's
still have
attack.
to hit, though, with the attack. Oh, you mean from the...
From the
okay.
crit. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that doesn't
yeah.
matter then.
All right. That's his dead body. And we go to Human Guard 2, who will not recharge. But he will make a halberd attack against Adokul. And he hits. You gotta speak up. Excuse me, he hits Adokul. Guillermo, that's your cue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was confused for sure. Alright. Let's
Do
do
your
it.
thing.
Yeah, you could move it into flanking again.
That's a good call. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, but then you'd be range flanking too.
Hit. Hopefully.
That is a hit.
Money.
Ooh.
Oh wow, I keep on getting these maxed.
14
Nice.
damage. Nice. Alright, so he will hit Adokul and then deal 8 damage, as well as marking Adokul. Alright, Osiris, you're up.
That sword is pretty cool. I'm gonna do a bond of retribution against this guy.
Ooh, good thing you rolled twice. That's a
Haha.
hit.
That's what I love about this. Avenger.
He is down and down.
Dang. You stay down, you piece of shit. And then, well, I could shift, right? Up
You
here.
also walk.
Yeah, you're not in any threatened reach, so you can
Okay.
just move.
Well, should we take out this guy or should I engage that robe figure? I think I'll just engage this guy. I'll just
Your call.
I'll go right here, and then I will target this guy with my oath of anonymity.
Okay.
And then I will end my turn.
My
Alright.
fire damage.
Yep. Takes 2 damage from laying in the flames. He will stand up from prone. Hmm. Alright, so what he is going to do is he is going to start chanting some words. And everything within this area is going to get affected.
Whoa. That's looking pretty familiar.
So that is
knew-
Harry, Osiris, and Guy.
I knew that guy was no good.
Whoops. Okay. You hear a thunder burst as thunder cascades around you.
Okay.
All right, Guy is able to, or Guy gets hit. Osiris, you are able to sidestep the effects. Harry gets hit. So this is 2 damage to each of you, and you are dazed. Harry and Guy are dazed. A save ends.
And I can still use my sword.
I get to
You get
apply
one
my
action.
bond of retribution.
So that's an immediate interrupt that should take your reaction. I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Immediate
yeah,
action used.
I'm definitely confused on that one. So should I just move the sword and leave it there?
So hold
you
up,
can
hold
only
up.
have 1 immediate per round. You already used that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. So I think we kind of messed up the other round because I think I gave you 2. But yeah,
You're right,
so
bud.
you used your immediate reaction. You have to wait until your turn again to be able to use another.
Understood.
All right, so we go to Viger.
Alright. Going to target the robe guy again. With cloud of daggers.
That is a hit. Dealing 8 damage.
Then as my minor, gonna expand my zone. 2,
Forgot to ask for fight music.
3.
Should
Oh,
be
yeah,
playing.
That's what we're missing.
And that
Is it?
fire's all friendly, so if you run through that, you're good.
Oh, dude, have you guys not been hearing it the whole time?
Nope.
No,
No,
no
no
music.
music.
No,
We gotta have fight music. 'Cause
Fuck. Oh, because it changed
Right
my
where we go.
freaking. Oh, what the hell?
While he's for the music, Viger, would you consider the horse an ally or an enemy for this power? It's up to
no
you.
idea. We haven't identified it, have we?
Well,
is it
it's
just?
a-
Is that totally up to my power?
It's a horse. Well, it's
Well,
up
it's-
to you if you consider that an enemy or an ally.
I'd consider it an ally, but it's still in the fire, so I don't know how to react.
It's you get to choose.
It
I do
doesn't
get
take
that.
damage though. Then.
Because it
Okay.
affects only.
Yeah,
If you
yeah. I'm not gonna give
okay,
it damage, but it's still like there's flames around it,
Could
so
be
I don't know
scared.
how to react. I'm not gonna do damage to it, but
But could be scared. Okay, got it.
yeah.
okay. So I'm playing music, but my Discord's is somehow messed up, and it's not letting me go through it.
It's no
they
big
might,
deal.
maybe they updated so that you can only use one device at once or something. I don't know, but that's really irritating.
Possibly.
Yeah, I don't know, guys.
User volume all the way up and still don't hear anything.
Yeah, me neither.
Alright,
Sorry, it's been this long.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Target the road-wearing man again. I'm gonna try to identify him. He said a nature check.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, it's people with the better wisdom refuse to.
Ooh, yeah, you know. You
We
know.
totally forgot.
You totally know. This is a mage.
Perfect.
Yeah.
He has a quarterstaff, and your experience with these mages, a man wearing these types of robes, you are able to determine that he has access to magic missile, dancing lightning, and thunderburst. So dancing lightning was the first one he used. He used thunderburst. Those are both encounter powers, so he will not be able to use them again. He has to stick with magic missile and quarterstaff.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm gonna hit him. I'm targeting him, right? Yeah. Alright, got the stalker. Gonna hit him with a dazing strike.
That is a hit.
I got lightweight expertise. Dazed.
11 damage.
Why did my sneak attack proc?
Didn't click it.
You never clicked it.
Did not? Oh shit,
you
you
did.
go through. Alright, can I roll 2d8s then? We'll just add that
Yeah.
damage.
Go ahead. Alright. 10 sneak
damage.
attack damage. Here we go. 21 total damage.
Alright, then I'm gonna use my minor action. Low slash against him. Do I still have combat advantage against him?
You do because he's dazed.
No, I meant like is the effect still active?
You don't need it active. He's dazed. It will do the same thing. It doesn't
Oh,
stack.
it's
Yep.
automatic.
Daze,
Yeah, it's
yep,
automatic.
daze automatically procs.
Nice.
And that is a hit.
Alright. So he's gonna take my charisma damage. He's slowed. Oh shit, I forgot to hit sneak attack damage.
You can only sneak attack once,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're
Once
right.
per turn.
Once per round. Yep.
so we're good.
Killed
Killed him anyway.
him.
Yeah, he's dead.
33 points of damage. I'll take it.
Not bad.
And then that's all my actions in my turn.
So first of all, I'm gonna roll a save against the dazed.
Doesn't that go at the end of your turn?
Usually it does, but I have a feat
Okay,
secure
yeah, you're
rule
right.
that allows me that at the start as well, but I am still dazed.
Okay.
And then because I'm dazed, I'm just gonna attack this guy next to me here.
That is a hit.
Man.
Dealing
Give him
11
some
damage.
resistance- Give him some resistance to, let's say, to Harry,
Alright.
Awesome.
because the other still has temps. Vigorous. Was it Osiris is still temps.
Harry,
And
you
then
are up.
save at the end of my turn, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I also have a feat
Oh,
that
that was teetering on the
Really?
14.
Yeah.
Alright, Harry, you are dazed, so you get one action.
okay. So I have a feat that gives me +4 to AC versus opportunity attacks when I use a ranged attack.
Okay.
Yes.
Battlecaster defense.
Which one is that?
Battlecaster defense.
Yes. So you just have an innate +4 bonus to armor class against opportunity attacks that you provoke when you use a ranged or an area power. So you can go ahead and click that effect.
So just okay.
There you go.
Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and target that unit guard up there. There it is. And I'll just use Avenging Light on him. And my distant advantage gives me a +2.
Okay.
So when you roll the opportunity attack, hold shift while doing the attack
Yep.
roll.
The question I have, does that happen before he does his damage or after he does his damage?
Before.
Okay,
Before.
that's what I thought. It's an interrupt, correct?
It has the same timing.
Okay. So he will do an opportunity attack against you, Harry.
Okay.
And that is a miss.
Awesome. Here we go. My turn.
And you miss.
Okay.
Take turns missing.
Done.
Horse's turn.
All right, the horse.
Roll
We'll
the
get-
save against the days.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks for saving.
Ooh, called it. Ooh, that is a success. Definitely a success.
And then some.
I'm feeling spry.
All right, so the horse, are you determining that he is an ally, Vigor?
Yeah.
Okay, so he will not get burned, but he is spooked, and he starts kicking. But he is kind of locked tight to his wagon, unable to move right now. The human berserker... what does he want to do? The human berserker will make an attempt, after shifting, to hit Harry.
Okay.
And he hits,
All right.
dealing 5 damage.
Nice.
The
I'm gonna trigger
Doku.
this.
Resistance kicks in and you feel strong against that attack because of Moradin and everything.
Moradin.
More than all that shit. Alright. The Dokul will attack. I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, can I trigger my sword attack? Blade of Vengeance. It's another round, right?
So the trigger is that it hits your ally. Do you count as an ally?
Good question.
No.
Okay, that's what I
And
thought.
also he
So no.
couldn't sustain the power because he was dazed.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the minor.
Oh, so that's
that thing is
gone.
gone.
Yeah.
no.
Ooh.
So
Daze
let's-
does that.
Well,
Man,
I'm glad you
I-
paid attention.
I really need to like pay attention to this stuff closer.
It's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. A Dokul will attack the guard right in front of him with enfeebling strike. And he misses. So the guard will attack a Dokul with powerful strike, and he will miss. And the guard will shift back one. Osiris, you are up.
I yell, y'all seem like a bunch of drunk fools missing each other. Swinging and missing. Swinging and missing. Alright, so freaking, I guess I'll throw my encounter power. Boom. Take one of those.
You hit the Berserker, dealing 11 damage.
Alright, then I'm gonna do my action point. Then I'll do...
And that is a hit.
Alright, that'll end my turn.
You used a Avenging Echo?
Yeah,
Okay. So
I
any
checked it
enemy,
off.
enemy that ends its turn adjacent to you or hits or misses you. Okay. Vigor, you're up.
Before Vigor goes, just to play fair, that's a Berserker which just bloodied. Doesn't he do for something?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn it. That is correct. Okay, so he uses his Battle Fury power to make an attack against Osiris. And he misses, so nothing happens.
haha.
Alright, Vigor, you're up.
My Cloud of Daggers at the Berserker.
That is a hit. Deals 9 damage to the berserker.
I'm gonna use my minor Call of the Week. It hits anybody that's bloodied
Mm-hmm. That is only enemies, so that works.
within 5, yep. It's not letting me target both of them.
There you go. And that deals an extra 7 damage.
Then I'll end my turn and the fire disappears too.
Yes. So which utility power do you have prepared, Viger? Is it Featherfall or Shield?
Shield.
Okay. All right, Malagar, you're up.
All right. Remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Target bad guy.
All right.
Guard 1. Guard 2. I'm gonna cast Darkfire.
All right. That is a hit.
Excellent.
So suddenly, some luminescent violet light encases the human guard too. Makes him easier to spot.
Then don't have a shirt now, so I'm just gonna throw my dagger at it.
The duelist dagger?
Yep.
All right. That is a hit. Dealing
And then
27 damage.
Look at that damage roll. That's almost a pseudo crit.
Almost.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that's pretty cool.
That change of feet gets a lot of damage out.
Then my turn.
All right. Guy, you are up and you are dazed.
I will make a save against the days at the start of mine.
All right.
Still dazed.
And you fail.
So I'm just gonna gaze at this last one, defying him.
Eyeball the shit out of him.
Hi.
That
Not
is
my
an
round.
automatic miss.
I guess this is not my round, so I guess that's that then.
Are you still
save at
drunk,
the end
guy?
of the turn. Oh, don't speak so loudly.
Yeah, you're still battling the effects. You are no longer dazed.
Oh,
At least
There
that.
you go. Finally shake it off. Harry, you are up.
All right, I'm gonna try my luck and grab him.
You're gonna grab him? Alright. So the mechanics of a grab. I think you make a strength roll?
Strength
That's a
against their
Doku's
fortitude.
job.
Yeah, strength against fortitude.
Okay.
Where is it? There it is. That is not sufficient. You make a grab for him, but he is able to shove you off. Get off
Alright.
me!
Get off me, you pervert.
If that's all he's doing, I'll use an action point and try again. I don't, I agree with what Guy said. We need to ask questions.
Subdue his ass.
And knock him unconscious with attacks, though. We don't need to grab
Can,
him.
can we do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make an attack and say it's not a lethal blow, and then he doesn't die, he just goes unconscious.
Oof. Do I have something like that?
Lethal blow him.
You can do that with any attack you have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You just have to tell me that it's not lethal.
Not lethal.
It's kind of strange at some occasions. Oh, I throw that fireball in the room, crit them. No, they're not gonna die. Just knocking it.
Knock him just concussion blast.
Alright. Okay, I've got my Battlecaster defense, and I'm gonna go ahead and trigger an opportunity attack and use Avenging Light on him. Non-lethal.
Okay.
Tipped away as well. Not even giving him the attack.
Yeah. Let's see.
That is a hit. And he automatically misses with his opportunity attack.
Automatic.
Yep. So you can go ahead and roll damage.
Hope for the best.
Can you say not lethal damage?
I hope so.
All right. You have the floor. How does it happen?
So he's dead.
You were supposed to declare it before you.
Yeah, he's not.
do
He's
that,
not dead.
bro.
That's just.
Oh,
that's
no,
how.
okay,
That's how
no,
the Fantasy Grounds engine
Sorry.
does it. But he's not
Oh.
dead. He's just unconscious.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have
yeah,
the
yeah.
floor.
Okay,
Go
good.
ahead.
It's the freaking Avenging Light. Alright. I'm right in front of him. I'm just gonna hold my staff right up to his forehead.
Dome shot him.
Yeah.
All right. So you hold your staff up to his head, and then you incant some words, and blinding light comes out, smacking him straight in the head, and his head rolls back, and he just kind of slumps to the ground, falling unconscious.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, fight's over. I'll tie him up.
All right.
I'm just my force field or whatever it is.
I go pick up my dagger.
Good job, guys.
Oh,
And then loot them for any gold or whatnot that they may have.
Luke.
All right.
No.
Yeah, get this horse.
No.
You can do whatever you want to do.
I mean, you can take that, but that would be stealing because it's not yours.
Who's?
It's-
There's
it's-
nobody around.
It's tethered back here.
Leave it alone. It's nervous. Could attack you out of fright.
All right, all
Go
right.
smack it in the ass, Osiris.
Somebody bind that guy.
I'll give you 2 silver pieces to smack it in the ass.
All right, you stand by the legs. I'll smack its ass.
All right.
Are we
Looking.
not tying them up?
He is tied up.
Harry did.
Yeah.
Looking through all the bodies, you find 30 gold pieces.
Ooh. Ain't nothing like robbing dead bodies.
And
Just quit grabbing all their random junk.
they have some hide armor, great axes, hand axes, halberds, chainmail, crossbow with 20 bolts, and then the mage specifically has robes, quarterstaff, and a wand. Do you want to pick any of that up?
Take that one for sure. I know that's worth at least 7 gold.
Yeah.
If
So,
that's what you're going for.
So what's the local police gonna say when they come across 5 naked dead bodies?
Well, they shouldn't be naked. They still have their regalia.
what?
They're
What are you
undergarments?
You taking their
Undergarments,
fucking
yeah.
clothes off?
Adoku is. He's already
Adoko
stripping
just
them
looks up,
naked.
what? What do you mean? Alright, so moving on. What would you guys like to do now? He is still unconscious, bound by you guys.
Should we take him somewhere to question him?
Is there any? Well, we're pretty secluded. Is there any water nearby to splash on him, or just slap him around a little bit to wake him up?
Around, wake him up.
You might be able to slap him
Well-
around a little bit.
Well, let's tie him up first, okay?
I tied him up already.
All right. Tie him up and then let's drag him in the corner.
Set him against the wall or something.
Yeah. Put him against the wall so that way he feels.
He's all yours, Osiris.
cornered.
Take the lead.
All right, let's drag him to the southwest wall down here. I mean, southeast. We'll drag him down here. and then we'll question him. That
To
way
the-
he feels cornered.
To the entrance of the alley.
Yeah, that's entrance.
Oh,
Go to the
shit.
Yeah, that's where you
southwest.
came in.
All right,
Go-
right. Let's go. Go this way. Go this way. We'll put
Alright.
him in this corner. Put him in over here. Yeah, yeah. All right, guys, surround him. That way he feels, surrounded.
Is that what happens
Oh.
when you surround people?
Yeah. The
Guys,
we
planting
want the
that
mental.
standard and calling out some healing words to heal the party back up.
Yep.
Oh, thanks.
I will watch the northern approach for any more bad guys.
Hey, wake up, you fucking human.
Also, you guys should prepare a line of questioning, like who's going to be in charge of the interrogation. Because remember last time we did this, it was a mess.
So I'm
Yeah,
I'm for going for good cop, bad cop, and let's the horse let be the bad cop.
The horse.
Hey, listen, we can have the horse ask these questions. You're not gonna like it.
You want this horse to smack you around? Right.
you'll be a good bad cop, Osiris.
Right, I'll ask him some hard questions.
Treat him harsh. They were here
Yeah,
to kill.
so I know for a fact that these guys work with, sounds like Hydra.
They could just be some goons. We don't know.
Who's the main bad guy we're looking for again?
They were dressed in garb from the lost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But,
Oh,
that,
guy, you can go over there.
Oh,
that guy said that,
Mantra.
they work for that main bad guy.
Mantra.
Matra. Yeah, Matra. So I asked him about Matra.
Okay.
Right. Let's smack him around. Hey, wake up, human.
Still not gonna prepare a line of questioning. Okay.
Do by the
So
seat of the
we
pants.
come to at 1 hit point after a short rest, and we actually should have that short rest.
All right.
So I'm gonna ask him what he knows about this Matra guy.
All
Well,
right.
no, hold on a
So
second.
Any other
First-
question?
real
Short
quick,
rest.
the short rest happens, and then. All right. Do you try to wake him up, or are you still talking?
No,
about
no,
what
no.
you're
I'm
doing?
gonna ask the party. Hey, so I'm gonna ask him about the Matra guy. Is there any other specific questions you guys want asked?
Well, I would like to ask if this was just coincidence and they're just a gang of thugs, or if we were targeted specifically.
Right. Okay. If we were to target,
Yeah,
and
why
who
would
sent
they?
him?
Yeah. And
Who sent
who is-
you?
who his boss
Yeah.
is, where we can find them, and how many of his thugs there are, and what do they want,
Okay.
and what did he eat last night, and all that kind of important
What's his
stuff.
mother's
Yeah.
maiden name?
Okay.
And if he
Yes.
wants a Dokul,
Hey.
touch him.
Yeah. Can we have a Doku by us so that way we can use him to? I'll tell him to intimidate him
Okay.
if he stops answering.
Mojo's standing there with one hand down his pants, the other one cracking his knuckles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. On standby, my thug. Right. So, now let's wake him up. I'll smack him across the face.
All right. Roll me a strength check.
Oh fuck.
Just say you do it non-lethally.
Non-lethally.
Slap him to the face. Oh, he's
All right, so
Killed
you-
him.
You smack him across the face pretty damn hard, and he kind of startles a little bit, and he's blinking, looking around. Fuck.
Yes, son. You're in a world of shit. You fucked up. Who sent you?
Tell me why I should tell you.
because we can let the horse ask the question as well. You wouldn't like that.
Yeah. He
Roll
tops
me.
with this.
Roll me an intimidate. Specifically needs to come from Guy. He looks over to the horse and says, that thing? I'll take my chances.
Fair enough.
Well-
It's not really trained to do that.
Let me smack him to get his attention.
Go
Across
ahead,
the
roll
face.
me a strength check. You smack him again. First one was a little tougher.
You're right, it was. Adoku, intimidate him.
All right. Adokul comes over, and he looks at the man, and he says, "You need to tell us who sent you. Why were you here, right now? Or else we're gonna keep you alive a little longer." And then he rolls intimidate. Pee on him. R. Kelly wasn't available. Oh my god. It's gonna be one of those, isn't it?
I'm about like 7 beers in.
And he replies back to Adokul, "Alive's still better than dead." And he's kind of looking at you each with defiance in his eyes.
Listen here, friend. You see that drow over there? He's gonna torture the shit out of you. So you till you wish you were dead. Then he's gonna fucking eat you while you're alive, so you get to watch yourself get eaten.
Roll
The
me.
stories. Alright, go ahead.
Roll me 2 intimidates, taking the higher roll.
Alright. Let's see. Intimidate. Take the 14.
All right. So he looks over. And he's like, "Drow." And he's got a look on his face. "What do you mean, drow?"
Talking about the stuff of nightmares. Right there, he eats people for fun.
I have
Are
my
you-
finger out and I'm like picking my nails kinda with it,
He finally
chilling like up against the barrel.
takes notice of Malagar. He sees Malagar all cloaked and done up, and he's like, "Ain't never seen a drow, but I can't imagine they're that terrible. Look at him." "What do you mean he's a drow? It could be just any old man."
Balagar,
"I don't believe you."
show this man some fear.
I pause like mid-stroke between one of my picks, slowly turn on over, take a finger off my blade, and draw my mask down. And you can see my lavender eyes and charcoal dark skin peering from out underneath the hood, menacingly.
All right, Malagar, roll me 2 intimidates using the higher result.
The horse faints.
You see his eyes go wide, and he is just staring at you. He starts kind of sinking back into himself once he finds out the true nature of what you are, and then he kind of looks back to Osiris and the other you with a wild look in his eyes, and he just says, "What do you want to know? Please, spare me, or at least give me a quick death."
Well, if you answer our questions truthfully, we can see to it that you don't suffer for too long. First of all, yeah, who sent you?
I don't actually know the creature. We were just hired.
All right, who hired you then?
He goes by the name of Modra. That's all I know. We were sent
Where
to take care of some adventures that I guess have been causing him some trouble, and retrieve something.
where can we find this Motra?
I don't know. We're just meant to go back to the inn that we always stay at, and then he was gonna come find us
Where
once
is
the
this
job
inn?
is done.
I'd like to roll insight on that.
All right, go
I
ahead and
was
roll
thinking the
insight.
same.
Oh, hell yeah.
He is straight and narrow, telling the absolute truth.
So where were you hired?
What is the name of that place? I gotta find Clean sheets.
Clean sheets. That's the place that
Oh,
Adoku
yeah.
didn't want to go to.
Yep. Clean
And
sheets.
What were you sent to retrieve from us?
He has like a begrudging look on his face. Seemingly nothing of real consequence, but he was very intent that we find it. It's a brass key. We have a drawing.
Right? Where's the drawing then? Produce it.
Kalen over there had it, and he points to his other berserker guy.
Alright, I'd go over there.
Searching through, you find a scrap of parchment on him.
Okay.
I'm assuming you take it and look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
So you take the parchment and then you open it up and see a hastily drawn rendering of a brass key, accompanying a note indicating the importance of its return and Modra's name. The brass key specifically is a hollow tube. Let's see. Is a hollow tube about 6 inches long, made of brass with some forks on the end in a weird pattern.
Does it have a ring with 4 flanges?
Yes.
I'm afraid we stole that.
Alright, so let me hey Adoku, they watch over there. I'll step aside. Hey, guys, come here. Harry, come here.
Adoku's got that. I'm coming.
Watch him, Adoku. And I present them. I have this hollow tube with a ring and 4 flanges that they're looking for. I think they're looking for this shit.
Where did you get that?
I fucking don't remember. I'm kind of still drunk. But I think we found it in the vents.
Yeah, you picked it up
Okay,
after the
no
fight
problem.
with.
I've just the medicine against drunk, and I smack him across the face.
Holy shit, that did not help, but it hurt.
Sorry about that. Can you remember now? Or do you
Yeah,
need more medicine?
I think I just need you to stop hitting me.
Okay.
I'm good, man. I just need you to stop hitting me.
Shit. I think whatever they want is what we want to keep too. It's probably very important. So let's
I'd like to know on whom you found it.
it's gotta be from the boss, right?
That.
Could be.
Okay. So just quick meta. That key you found after the fight with that dark creeper. I believe where you found Guy when you searched through that. Yeah.
That tickle fingers.
Oh, I thought it was from Tusk. Right.
No, we had to run away from Tusk and them. We couldn't
Right,
go back and
right.
get the loot.
That was so long ago.
The human berserker squirms around a little bit.
Motherfucking Adoku! Alright, let's run back there.
What? I wanted to know what the key was.
How wasted is that guy?
See? That slap helped already.
Fucking Adoku, you're supposed to watch this guy. He was wiggling around.
Oh.
Quit trying to touch our butts. Hey, human. Now, who sent you? What was his name?
I already told you.
already told that, yeah.
No, who paid you? Like, he's got to have accepted the mission from someone. You know what I mean? Like,
All
who
I
gave you that
know-
mission?
All I know was we were hired to do a job. We only talked with one contact. The only name I was told was Moja, and that he would get in contact with us. Once we finished the job, we were going to go back to Clean Sheets, and he was supposed to meet us there. That's all I know. We were sent to retrieve the key, take care of you, and then go back. We were
So
promised
you told
payment,
us.
and we were told we could keep everything on you guys. Whatever we found.
So, You have swear that you have told us everything that you know.
He nods his head. Aye, that's everything I know.
Well, then me, as a man of my word, will give you a swift death, and I will kill him.
All right. You take your sword and you plunge it into his chest, sinking into him.
Peace be with you, criminal.
And then he
Well.
slowly expires.
Oh, one more question. Never mind.
Yeah,
It's
it's too late to stop you. I wonder if he was gonna get recognized at the tavern.
Not anymore.
It would have been helpful to know when Modra was supposed to meet them.
Yeah,
After they complete the mission, he said, just go
it's
back
this
there.
job. It'd probably be this evening, but
Yep. So we should head
Everywhere.
over there and wait for him.
A strange name for it.
Oh yeah, the inn definitely does not have clean sheets, by the way.
and yeah,
Oh, sheets. Oh, that makes more sense. I
Clean
thought it was
sheets?
clean sheets.
so now I'm only thinking. We have conflicting info from the Hand of Fate of where the best place to go would be.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
just the place that he got the information and where he was hired. That doesn't
Yeah.
mean that it's our best route to get to him.
Because it
So,
can only
what do you
be
think?
with 1 hour, right? So he might be in that region, but he's gonna go travel down to Clean Sheets, which is only a
Yeah.
little bit away.
You're right about that, but do you think he's gonna meet the man over there, the man himself?
Well, I mean, that's who they're supposed to give the items to. He's looking for the item that I have, and they're supposed to kill us and bring that item to him.
Yeah, we should have asked where he was supposed to bring the key.
To Clean Sheets.
Oh, I thought that was just the place where he got the.
No,
the-
they got to go back there. He says
Yeah.
we have to go back there after we complete the mission.
This much is true.
Well, we have two leads. One, we go to Clean Sheets and we show that that group failed, and we just get more people sent after us, and Modra goes dark. Or we go to the trade district and start asking some questions.
How about we take their clothes and clothe ourselves as the thugs and go to Clean Sheets with that key in our hands?
It's gonna have to be you humans.
It's gonna it's gonna have to
The
be the two humans.
let's see. Harry would probably not find anything that fit him. Guy being a half elf and then Osira and Viger both being devas would be able to fit, as well as Malagar, though Malagar is a little shorter. I think Adokul would be able to find something that fit. Yeah, the brutes would wear something similar to his size.
Yep.
So
So we can
the
take their
only
clothing.
people with issues would be Harry and maybe Malagar.
So, but there was only a
I'm-
couple. We could say we lost some people.
It wouldn't matter too much as long as there's somebody to meet.
Yeah, they could wait outside.
Well, I'm usually not someone to pull this kind of bluff off, but it could help, to get into his face so that he doesn't just realize, doesn't even get there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll still
because
stand guard outside for you.
just waiting close by, and then we can be like, hey, we have the key, and see where that takes us.
Are any of you actually good at lying? Because from what I've seen, answer that's no.
So
No.
what skill does it take to lie?
Well, the only reason,
Bluff.
yeah,
Bluff.
Bluff.
yeah, that's why we had a Dogal in
Plus
charge.
2.
He's got the diplomacy.
I got a +3.
I got +2.
Yeah. You can all see that on the party sheet, by the way.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I'm trying
yeah,
not to.
It would've-
I'm trying to
it would have
act-
definitely been a Dogal. He's been our party face for a reason, though.
Because he has the interaction skills. Well, the bonuses. I mean, we could always chance it, you know what I mean? It's a game of chance, right?
Oh yeah.
Roll the dice, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say something along that lines. Like, careful about the metagaming. Like, I don't really have an issue with it, but just because you don't have a good bluff score doesn't mean that you should never try. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Try to do whatever your character in game would do, and then the dice just
a guy
decide
would,
it.
would throw that idea out
Yep.
there and see how people react, and just flat out say I was never good at this kind of lying.
Yes.
We could still talk you into it.
I'm quite versed in lying.
Malagar.
Oh yeah, if you can,
If you can deceive. You know what I mean?
certainly worth a shot. If you can pull off covering your face with that sort of armor.
All right, you are hearing the hubbub outside of the alleyway.
Right, let's move before they find these bodies. Hey, let's try to hide these bodies so that way can we like throw them underneath this cart right here?
Yeah, you can probably toss them over in the
Yeah,
northern
let's
corner over there
start
too.
tossing these bodies that way, in case, you know what I mean. It'll buy us some time. It's gonna at least do something.
All right.
All right.
So you take
So-
some time to move the bodies over in an inconspicuous corner.
Head over to clean sheets. In their clothing, right?
Are you?
That was the idea.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure if we should.
We're
Not gonna be very good at it. I'm pretty
Yeah,
quiet.
That's not everybody. Let's decide
because
which one of us.
they said they never met that guy. You know what I mean? They were hired through a third party, and then they're supposed to meet him.
But we know that these, what are they called? The lost ones that wear certain gear, right?
Yep. So as long as we're in their gear, we can be like, well, we have the item.
So we just have to decide who goes in costume. Let's decide that.
Well, the problem I see is what goal do we want? Like, are we just trying to get
Goals.
information and give them the key? Because as soon as we say no, we don't want to give you the key, then the
Yeah, we're
entire-
gonna subdue the shit out of him. We're not gonna give him the key for sure.
we're gonna fight them. Okay.
Yeah, the idea is basically to bluff ourselves into his confidence to actually meet him and then
Yeah,
jump him.
so that way we can, at least,
Yeah, he would just
get
leave,
into
just
conflict
because-
with him.
Yeah.
But it could easily be under the table. We could try to follow him afterwards.
I mean,
We don't even know it's gonna be him. What if he sends one of his men?
well, then we'll
Um,
just subdue him and then fucking
yeah.
torture him.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Torture, huh?
Betrayal, yeah.
That's how we roll.
What's your alignment?
All right, so if you look at the city map of Overlook, I have Guy on there again. So it's up to you where you want to travel. The two
So where's that
leads.
clean sheet?
Yep, the two leads that you have are still the area in Trade Town that your Hand of Fate told you, as well as Clean Sheets. Clean Sheets is over right here.
Oh,
It's
that's not
like
too
right
far.
in that area.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I had a whole different idea in my mind. Let's just go over there.
Let's go over there. Give me like 1 minute. You guys travel. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Alright.
Going slowly now.
Traveling along, still same thing. You have a lot of people take notice of you and trying to stop you and kind of making it hard for you to move around the city.
I mean, while we're there, we could ask some questions.
Yeah, by all means, you let me
we're
know.
fast.
Yeah, actually, while we're there, I mean, we need to cross that area anyway to get to the clean sheets.
That's true. You've got ideas.
I'm gonna hit the
That's around.
I'm gonna hit the side alleys.
Okay.
Back.
Are
back
you wearing? Are any of you wearing the garments from the Lost Ones?
I go off to the side, then put it on, and then try to gather information while wearing it.
Okay.
Okay. I vote that we don't openly walk through the city in that because we're heroes now, and that could, tilt the city totally supporting the Lost Ones.
Mhm.
before they realize what is up, you know.
Put it on after we get in.
Do you want me to roll a streetwise?
Yes,
Speed info.
I would.
Do I get any modifiers for wearing the Lost One's gear?
Roll a check and we'll see. So you are walking around, and in this part of town, which Trade Town is kind of a little rundown area, kind of the poor part of town. Trade is actually done in different parts of town. But anyway, so you're walking around. A lot of people take notice of you and give you a wide berth, taking notice of the garments that you have. But walking around, talking to few contacts, beggars on the streets, or just passing by people hanging out. You do
Is this for the
hear
group or?
this is specifically Malagar. So
Okay.
actually, I'm gonna mute you guys real quick. Alright, so walking around, you do hear mention of Modra and talking to some people, and then they respond fearfully. One seeming beggar, but you can tell better that he's a watch person of sorts. He does mention something to kind of get you out of his way while he works. It's said that the dark creeper Modra brokers weapons and armor through the Overlook black markets. Did you hear that?
I did.
Okay,
Yes.
just want to make sure.
Just making a note.
Mm-hmm.
Brokers, weapons and armor through black market. Is that all I'm able to gather from this?
That's
Check.
all you were able to gather from walking around.
Okay. Find another place to hide out, change back into my other gear, and attempt to refine the other group.
All right. Walking around with enough time, you find the group where you left them.
Okay.
Right. So Trade Town seems to be the home of this thieving guild called the Lost Ones.
That is where this the slums, right? We're in the slums.
Yeah, you're kind of in the slums.
I thought
So
the slums was
G
number one.
Shantytown is like a makeshift, made-up town of beggars and people that can't get into the city. They basically just like plopped down and started building huts and shit. So that's
So
the
they're like
really
refugees.
yeah, that's the really poor area.
Yeah.
That's over here.
We're the next up poor level.
Yeah, you are the poor district. You're in the poor district of the actual city of Overlook.
Okay. When I meet back up with the group, and it's safe for me to tell them so, I say Modra's name is reacted with a lot of fear by everyone. And when I was wearing the armor, everyone was giving me an exceptionally wide berth. It seems that he brokers, well, his primary business is brokering weapons and armor through the black markets of Overlook. I wasn't able to get much more.
Oh well, that's reassuring. Them. It'll be easy to meet.
Do we know where the black market is?
Everywhere.
Do I, Ryan?
Roll me another streetwise. You are fairly certain that you would be able to find a way to get in on the dealings of such a black market.
I repeat that exact phrase back to the party.
All right.
I'm fairly certain I could get in if we really needed me to.
Let's have that as a backup plan. So I'm moving the token again on the map.
Okay. Same thing as before. People take notice of you. Some curious looks, some wonder. A lot of excitement in the city. Everybody looks relieved. All right.
So at some point over there, not too close, not too far away, I guess we all should change into other clothes. If we're going through with this.
If we're not seen as a group, I don't think we'll be too recognized as long as we're not all together.
Don't we want to wear the clothes for the bad guys because they're looking for the lost ones?
That's exactly what he said.
Oh yeah.
Once you left the city gates, there seems to be a somewhat noticeable difference. Whereas people still take notice of you now, it doesn't seem like the rumors are spreading super fast out here in Shantytown, as it isn't exactly a part of Overlook. It's more of a shunned blister on the side. But some people definitely take notice of you.
All right. Can we find some unseen back alley out of sight where you can change clothes?
Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Think of like a bazaar filled with those sheets overhanging the alleyways of like really poor houses. It's kind of like just makeshift huts all over the place. So you could
I'll be somewhere
definitely
keeping watch.
you could definitely find a place that you can be hidden a little bit.
Let's
Let's
change
do
up.
that then. And let's go, right?
Let's do it.
And you're all changed into the Lost Ones clothing?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just keep watch somewhere. Nobody's gonna recognize me.
Let's fucking rock and roll, guys.
I'm gonna stay towards the back of the group.
And then you're going 2 clean sheets, correct?
So the only one not going in is Harry.
Yep.
If I can sit across the street or something, anywhere I can see.
Yep.
Try and stay hidden.
I just not related to you guys. Not necessarily hidden.
All right. Here is where you guys are.
Alright, Igor. If shit goes down, you run outside and you yell for Harry to come in.
I guess I'll just sit by the well.
The well.
Oh well.
Pretend like you're taking a long drink of water.
I'm just a bum.
I'm just a bum.
Here's a copper piece for you. Panhandler.
So the building to the left is the one?
Yes.
You guys coming?
I am.
Yep.
Oh, there's a lot of bodies in there.
Yeah, it's pretty populated for being such a rundown shithole.
Yeah.
You come in, and the halfling at the counter hails you. Oh, evening, lads. And then there's a little spark of recognition that crosses across his face. He's like, "Oi, wait a minute. I think I've seen you before. Didn't you? You guys were in here not that long ago. Oh, how are you doing? Good to see you, lads. Good to see you, lads. What can I get you?" And he's particularly talking to Osiris right now with a Dokul at the bar.
You're mistaking us for Someone else, my friend.
Oh no, I have a good memory. You were in here before. Where's that? There was another one in your group. Not that one. And he points at Guy. Not that one. Another man, a human. Oh, what was his name? He had a wild look to him, didn't he? And he's kind of talking to you, Osiris.
I think that was Kelvin.
Kelvin. Oh, I don't think that was the right name. I think it started with an M. He was supposed to come back and talk to me. He never came.
I think that might have been a different party, my friend. I slip him a gold piece. We were never here.
Yeah, you were.
He's getting
I
You
know.
remember? Oh,
I know.
Oh,
But you
my
know
bad.
what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
I slipped him a gold piece.
I seriously thought that you guys forgot.
No,
Okay,
no.
okay.
I know we totally remembered.
My
that,
bad, my
you know
bad.
What I mean? But
So he
I'm
looks at
trying
the
to get him to like, hey, you know, you never remembered us. You know, this is a different party.
he looks at the gold piece and he's like, oh yeah, you're right. And then while he's talking in a really subtle gesture, he scoops the gold piece off and he says, all right. I apologize. My memory isn't that great. Too much grog. And then he kind of
Alright.
knocks the table. Speaking of which, can I get you any, lads?
Oh yeah, let's just get us a simple pint of ale, if you could.
All right. And then he goes over, takes a few mugs, and then from a nasty, dirty thing, just scoops a bunch of ale out of a barrel, and then slaps him on the table. That'll be 5 copper pieces.
Oh, here's 5 and an extra 50 silver pieces for
Ooh, very
for,
kind, very
service
kind,
well
gents. Are you updating your character sheet?
I can update the gold piece and then the 50. Yep. So hold up.
50 silver pieces, like 5 gold pieces, just.
Oh, you did gold pieces.
470.
Alright.
And then I have silver pieces, so it'll be 138. No, one.
It's 5 copper pieces, and then
No,
you said
yeah, 5 copper
You
pieces.
just gave him a 50 silver tip for no reason.
Yeah, I gave him a 50 silver piece for a reason. Okay. So let me so fucking there'll be 93 silver pieces right there. I'm all caught up. I gave him 50 silver pieces out of my 140 something silver piece, and I gave him 1 gold piece at the beginning, and
Okay.
I had all my copper piece.
Gotcha.
So we're good.
Thank you very kindly, gents.
Oh,
What can I
yes.
interest you in? Any news?
What do you know about this Motra?
He looks at you with squinted eyes. He said, "Come again?"
Have you heard of any syndicates that might be causing any trouble? Anything that might be of interest?
I have an eye on the rest of the room because people coming here asking questions is usually not the sort that these guys like.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, guy.
Yes. I'll say same here. Dodging around the room.
If
Alright.
it's okay, I mean, I see all
Join
of them.
by the door.
It's more like insight, if that's
The-
okay with you. To see if they
Perception
get
check
nervous or
first.
angry.
Perception checks first.
Okay.
All right, now you can make me an insight. All right, guy, looking around the room with your perception, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. It just seems like a regular old day at the bar. Nobody moves or startles, but the hair on the back of your neck is definitely kind of standing up once Osiris said the name.
Had the feeling.
And then Yaren kind of looks at you, Osiris, and says, can't say I know much about any syndicate. I'm just a lowly barkeep.
Oh,
And
okay.
he's still kind of looking kind of intently on you.
Would you happen to have any delicious food back there, back in the kitchen?
Ah, sure, I got plenty of delicious food. Let me get it. And he kind of hustles
Oh
away
yeah,
back
go
into the
for
kitchen.
it. Right, guys. I'm getting kind of a weird vibe from this guy. Should I just plop the key down on the table and just like drink,
No.
and then wait for the guy to come, or what's the plan here?
You
Let's
shouldn't
just
have said
settle
his
up
name in
some
the first
table
place.
and wait.
Yeah.
And
So-
let's keep a low profile. Asking
Say
these
that-
kind of questions makes the whole room nervous.
All right, just not
Just
be
have
up,
a bad
not
feeling
below.
here.
All right, let's not be so blunt about it. I'm not gonna fucking ask him straight up if he's a bad guy. I won't. I'll try not to be like fucking suspicious.
Yeah,
Let me get
I
these.
mean,
Okay.
over time, some of these guys will leave and some others will come in. You know how it works.
Right.
And
right.
we don't want the ones who left to tell everyone out there are a couple of guys asking questions here, because then, you know,
They will attract the wrong attention.
yeah, and we could be ambushed, or I don't know.
They do
Worse.
outnumber us.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll just hang out until this guy comes. How long do you think? Might be a while.
It
No.
might be just patience.
Couple of
Patience is
hours,
key.
I think.
Play the
You know
long.
how-
Play the long game.
All right. Let's not get too drunk then. These ales will keep coming.
I pretend to be having basically like, or I make small talk with Viger, just like bullshit conversation, just to make it seem normal.
All right.
I didn't realize I was muted. I'll just be sitting outside pretending to be a bum looking around.
All right.
All right. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
talk to
throw
guy.
occasionally out
Forgot you were
to a
there,
window.
actually.
I'm gonna tell guy. Hey guy. Limit yourself to 5 drinks, okay? We cannot get too drunk.
I wasn't intending to party right now. You know, you party after, not during.
You can see all of those characters around there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
I would just stroll over to that other door or something and have a look outside and give a nod to our friend there to basically everything is fine. And you know,
I'll give you a wink.
I forgot to get some of these doors in there.
That was the perfect spot too. I can see nothing in there besides that window.
yeah.
All right.
Did we walk in through a window? I think we did.
Pretty sure we did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
I
you
did.
did.
Yeah, we did.
What entrance? Oh yeah, we've totally been here, just walking in through the window, and everybody's like,
Door 10 feet to the right. Just, nope, I want to open up this window and crawl in.
That's
All
how
right.
criminals do it.
So, Harry, you see some guys walking along the path, talking to themselves. They seem to be kind of mischief makers, whatever, but they go in.
Okay.
yeah. I mean, we're posing as a thieves guild, walking in through the window without even realizing it's
Yep.
up
No,
our alley.
no. Are we a thieves guild or like a assassins guild? What the Lost
so,
Boys?
A hired muscle group.
They're just mercenaries.
So they're like thugs. They're like
They're
enforcers,
thugs.
right?
Yeah, they're thugs.
All right. Okay.
So, okay, I'll just keep tabs on like how those guys that walked in are dressed or whatever. Something that'll help me keep track
The guys
of them.
that just walked in,
Yeah.
that was this group right here. They are they're dressed in the same like roughshod, poor man's get up.
Just blending in.
And then these two guys
So-
at the table get up and they walk out. Make me a
Everyone's
perception
alright.
check, Harry.
Alright, perception it is.
Every once in a while, they bring up like a recent fight that we had to Vigor and how well we handled it. Not lying, just no specifics.
All right, so when these guys exit out, you hear the crack of the doors opening and then closing. So you turn your attention to them. You see them exit out, and then they turn to each other and say a few words, and then go off in different directions.
Okay.
Yeren, after a while, finally comes out. Oh, all right. I got some breads and some meats. And then he brings it over and slaps it on the table for you guys.
Delicious.
It might be time for me to start walking in there. If we're on the same page.
Yep, just walk in and sit at a table.
Walk in through the window.
Through the window. Less suspicious.
Yeah, right here.
I keep
can't
talking
even-
with Vigor.
I grab some bread and then just eat it against the wall.
Yeren looks around. Oh, my oh me. He's looking around his bar, kind of. If you don't excuse me, gents, I gotta go find something. I think it might be out in my barn.
Mind if I stop him? How about an L for a dwarf before you go?
How about a what?
An L.
Oh, certainly. It's over there by the bar. Oh, don't mind. Help yourself. That one over there give me plenty of money. It's on the house. And then he
And
kind
roll
of
My man.
Insight,
Oh
please.
man.
roll insight.
Alright. Alright. Who's rolling insight?
I did.
Malagar did.
And both people can.
I whispered a guy in Harry, hey, this guy's acting suspicious.
All right,
well.
Malagar, you can sense from his rushed behavior, he has some sort of reason why he's leaving right now.
Alright.
Yeah, he knows that.
He knows
shit's
what's
coming
up.
down.
Right.
Tell Vigor that that wasn't normal. There's a specific reason why he's going out there.
Should we go follow him?
No.
That would
I
be
think we
more
need to
suspicious.
stop.
Can I tell these three that I saw a couple of guys outside running to look like they were getting somebody?
Don't
Right.
make us.
Well, you know.
Let's get ready to fight.
I'm just gonna chug my beer and go stand outside the door or something.
Yeah, we're not
Oh.
even.
We were invited to help ourselves, so if the
Let's fight.
more
Let's might as well drink.
wishier ones in the party would like to be behind the bar and cover, just in case.
Well, you know what?
Let's get behind the bar.
Go stand over here. Take a look out the window.
All right, so you see the regular passage of people walking by on the street, beggars begging on their corners. Kind of normal.
Okay. I'll just stay there.
I'm gonna help myself to some of this ale.
We've
What was that, Harry?
Oh no, we traded enough information. I'll just stand there.
Okay. You see Yeren come past the doorway, and he comes inside. Ah,
Okay.
and then he comes back and then says, "Oh, I see you've certainly helped yourself."
That's what
And
you
then-
said we could do.
Talks, yeah, he's talking to you, Osiris. He's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Your payment will set me off for a week. Every little bit helps." And he just goes back to his duties. behind the bar and shifting this and that, cleaning some mugs as best as he can with dirty, nasty rags.
Come here, Urine. Let me talk to you real quick.
Oh, Shirley. What's up?
Now, you were gone for a little bit. Would you mind telling us where you went?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I went out to the barn. I couldn't find me good rag. Turns out I was here the whole time. And he goes
Can I
on.
hear from there?
I would like to roll insight on that.
Yeah.
Roll insight.
Whoa.
You think beyond the shadow of a doubt that that was a lie.
Can I roll a perception? See if I notice anything?
Sure.
I just noticed some guy walk in.
Yep. You notice a character walk in, and he takes a seat over in the corner.
And closes the door.
No, it's the front door. I can't see.
Yeah, that's
You're-
what I'm saying. Basically now all doors are closed, just saying.
Right. So,
Is it alright if I go stand in that doorway to my right?
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Let's see if I can. Is it closed? Is it not a door?
That's a
Oh,
door.
it's closed.
It's just closed.
Let me. Yeah, I'll just open it.
Okay. You peer
Stand right
outside, and everything seems normal from what you can tell.
Stand right about there for a little bit.
All right. The door closes behind you.
so let me step away real quick and ask and whisper to these guys, hey, should I show Urine this key and ask him what he knows about this? Or should we wait for that shadowy guy to make a move?
I would wait. But that's just
wait.
me.
We can wait.
Again, play the long game. Stop
Alright.
trying to force this.
Hmm And I'll be sitting on the floor like a bum.
Let me get another ale, Urine.
Oh, Shirley. He dips another mug in the barrel of mead and then hands it to you.
So which one of you are wearing armor? The
All of us
You know,
except
Harry
you.
wears
Yeah.
wears chainmail, I think.
well, I mean the
The-
lost one's
The
armor.
left. Everyone except you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wearing scale mail and over that the regalia, so the plus one.
Okay.
The men around the room are shifting again. It's constant. They're just kind of moving around, talking amongst each other. Boisterous
Bye.
drunkards.
Alright. I guess we're gonna wait for a couple of hours unless something happens.
All right, so you kind of get comfortable and sit down and wait, looking around the room. Everybody can roll me a perception.
If at any
Nice.
point one of the tables becomes completely empty, I'd like to, get that for the group.
We're all pretty darn perceptive.
Yeah, damn.
Whoa, every last one of us.
Damn, Veigar, bringing up rear.
with a
It's a
20.
good roll for me.
All right, so you guys are kind of watching the room, but you also know that a few of the patrons are taking notice of you. Some of them more so than others. The character in the corner has his cloak pulled up kind of tight to his eyes, so it's hard to make out what he's actually looking at, but you sense that his gaze is constantly on you guys. And Yaren's off in the front, moving about, talking to the people, moving about, just being a halfling. And the day ebbs on towards towards dusk, into the afternoon. In another hour or two, it might be dark.
Let me see. Can I even walk in there? Asking for spare change.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna walk in the front door. Oh,
There you go.
sorry here. You got a coin for an old man?
He's kind of strumming on his lute, and he looks down at his own coin purse. He's like, "No, you're supposed to give me those." And then kind of smiles, a little sardonic smile.
You just ignore him. Can you spare a coin for me?
Ah, piss off.
Just keep walking in. Making my way to the corner. What do you say? You got some spare change?
He looks at you and he says, "You're the dwarf. You got plenty of money for everybody."
Just keep walking. What do you say? How can a guy get some money around here to the guy in the corner?
He's leaning back in his chair with his cloak around him. A really slow movement. He looks at you, and he just says, "Leave me."
Pah. That's all I got. I'll just make my way around the room and make my way back outside.
You notice Yaren takes notice of you, Harry.
Okay.
Just kind of goes, huh, shrugs his shoulders.
Alright, understood.
The day moves on to dusk and it gets dark out. The bar patrons getting more numerous as they filter in.
Whisper to Guy. I think it's time we go try and talk to him. He might be our contact, and we might be spoiling it by waiting too long. Problem is, we have no idea what our contact is supposed to look like.
You know, your guess is as good as mine. I'm neither the leader of this party, nor the one who is most experienced with this kind of situation.
Well,
if you think it's time, let's go.
I'll give it a shot then. Stroll on over. It's weird. Am I off grid?
No, you're
Yeah,
on grid.
kinda.
It's just, it's not lined up with this map perfectly.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to take notice of you.
The deed is done.
What an awesome opener! I didn't want to break the immersion, but what an awesome!
So he,
try that one day. Just walk into a bar counter, going, "Hey, the deed is done."
he stirs a little bit and then kind of tilts his head ever so slightly and just says, "Excuse me, pardon, I didn't catch that." Never mind. And then he puts down his mug, gets up and leaves.
Fair enough.
It's worth a shot.
I might have seen him through the window. What do you say? Can I just walk up to the corner and see where he goes?
I mean, you can do it. You don't have to ask.
Well,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Well, I'm just
Yeah.
asking if I actually had a chance to spot him.
So yeah, you walk up and then you see him leave, and he looks behind him as the door is closing, and there's a look of frustration on his face, and then he just goes, and then walks off.
All right. Just gave a heavy sigh. That's not giving much away.
Go ahead and roll insight.
All right.
All right. With that, Jesus Christ, you guys are rolling high.
Yeah.
Or I
right.
suppose it's not really high. You still rolled an 8. It's just you have a lot of pluses. All right. You get the sense that he was expecting to be followed.
Follow him.
Don't tell us that.
I honestly don't know what to do with that.
Well, you see that that inside roll is basically not 5 minutes after he left. It's like right then, right?
It's like seconds.
It's still decide to. I don't know.
To
Damn,
maybe
I
inform the
forgot.
party.
I forgot to shut the stove. I have to.
All right. Let's see. Who can I spot? First person I see. Adoko. I'm gonna tell him.
Oh god.
Give him a wave.
I'm just gonna run in and whisper in his ear. That guy was pretty suspicious. He thought you guys were gonna follow him. I'm gonna be on his tail.
Do I catch that? Like, do I hear it?
Adoko walks over and he goes, "Hey, Malagar. Harry says that guy was suspicious. Like he wanted to get, like he was expecting us to follow him."
And like immediately I go out the door, but I make sure I bring Guy and tow.
Where the hell are you guys fucking going? Some bitch, I'm drunk. They'll fucking go
I
crazy.
leave through the window.
Fuck.
I'm
Shit.
definitely reassured seeing Malagar. I'm not sneaky.
All right, Osiris. Before you leave, make me a perception check.
I will do.
All right, you look back and you are able to spot Yaren from behind the bar, just well enough, just barely well enough to spot that he has a somewhat scowl on his face as his eyes are following your every movement out of the bar.
I think Urine is in on it, guys.
Well, of course he is. What do you think he did? Look for his raft back there in the barn? Rag? Really?
Yeah, I mean, he might have really liked the rag.
Ah,
All
You're
right.
right.
my head is coming
drunkard.
back again.
You're right, he might have been lying.
So I want to follow the shady figure.
All right. You left in just enough time to be able to spot him walking away. Let's see. You can make a streetwise check in order to be able to follow him without notice. All right. Follow that with a stealth check.
I'm gonna ask Osiris, do you think I should stay and keep an eye on our bartender friend?
Yes, I think he's creepy.
And whoever's in earshot?
Personally, I think everybody in around 500 feet is creepy.
All right. So walking through the
Well, let's
outside,
stick together then.
walking through the outskirts of Overlook into the area known as Shantytown, Malagar is staying far back enough to not create any notice, but you are actually able to follow that cloaked figure a little ways. He turns a corner into a little makeshift alley, escaping notice for the time being. Do you wish to follow him?
Absolutely.
All right.
Is the rest of my party following me?
We should keep a distance from Malagar, probably.
I want to stay as
think
far back as
we
I can
we're
after seeing
in the
Malagar.
Same regalia. We're obviously the same group, so
Yeah,
Except for
same-
you.
guys.
Same thing
Yeah.
here. Same thing here. As you kind of got the sense in a trade town, people give you a respectful berth and kind of seem to recognize you from your clothing. Everybody can make me a perception check as well. All right, Harry and Viger. You notice some figures as you pass them, like very sparingly, but often enough to kind of give you some notice, make you think twice about what you're doing. They seem to disappear into back alleys or the crowd, with their eyes on you as they are leaving.
All right. Let me. Who am I right behind that I can talk to?
Tell Cyrus and Adoko we're being watched.
Maybe.
Let's see. Can I? That was perception, but can I do insight onto that?
Go ahead. You definitely get the sense that you are being watched and followed somehow.
Yeah, fair enough. I can't say for sure. I just get the feeling they know that guy.
Yeah, I think they know that they're watching us follow that guy. So we should just
Yeah.
go follow
I'll
him.
ju-
He's probably gonna lead us to the bad guy.
I'll tell guy what I think.
Well, there are only really two possibilities. They're friendly towards us and we don't have to worry, or they're not and we should stick together.
Let's stick together.
Let's stick together.
Done.
Let's follow that guy then.
All right. So I am going to put you on the map this time, Malagar, to kind of control the party's movements.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
All right. And then I will get a token for the other guy. Give me a second. So he was over here and turned down into that alley on that roadway.
Okay. I can't like half.
Yeah, it doesn't have, it
It's
doesn't
like-
have to be perfect.
That's the best I got.
And you are able to spot him moving along. He gets to the mouth of another alley, excuse me, and turns back, kind of looking for something.
Well, Harry said he expected to be followed, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I do not go stealth. I let him see that I'm following him.
All right. So he looks back, takes a moment to look around. His eyes are kind of wandering, and then they fix on your person, and then he just stops and then goes into the other alley.
Anybody of you speaks thieves' cant?
I do. Is that a thing in this game? This
I
version?
don't know if it's a thing in this game, but I mean, it's definitely not out of the question. You
Call
are
it jargon.
you are a rogue, though.
Yeah,
I don't know that you would know it from your time in the Underdark.
Fair
You know what I
enough.
mean?
Like, I don't think thieves' cant is a thing in 4E. I don't remember reading about it.
I
It is
don't
a
know.
language that we can learn.
I mean, I don't see why not. Definitely could be, would be. But anyway, so he turns into the alley, and then you go down, and then you turn the mouth, and it's a very short, little, secluded area, and he's just standing, leaning up against one of the shacks, seeming to be waiting for you.
Okay. Approach him.
Wasn't sure you were going to show up.
Had to make sure my buffoons came along with me.
And he has a
One
little...
guy comes out and says, oh, there you
a
are.
little slight smirk on his face, and then he kind of tilts his head back and forth and looks behind you and says, "Yes. Speaking of, where are they?"
They'll be along shortly.
Fair enough. Kind of shrugs. So tell me, how is it that a group of 6 wearing lost one clothing, but not lost ones, come to clean sheets and speak such a name. Speaking of such a name,
Tell him we lost a bet.
I was actually thinking that, and I was trying to put it into words. So you see, it all started with a turtle. We're at this party. My friend bet that we wouldn't be able to beat the turtle in a foot race. The bet stakes were pretty high. A lot of gold on one side. Us going into Shantytown, speaking some forbidden words. Thing is, we were too drunk. Got into that foot race. Wound up passing out midway through. And the turtle managed to make it to the berries before we did. So here we are.
he responds sarcastically, "Oh, I'm sure." And then he kind of stands up and then walks towards you and makes a gesture to, not threateningly, but very lightly kind of grab your clothing, the lost one clothing, and sift through it. Do you allow him, or are you going to try to stop him?
I just take like can't talk. Take a step back.
He looks at you and says, "That's what I thought. What are you doing here? Who are you?"
Depends on who you are.
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. You should answer me. Who are you?
My name's Gary.
Gary the Snail.
What's the center of the town called? The High Hall? No.
Yeah.
That's the.
The very center of Overlook is High Hall.
I'm from High Hall.
High Hall. You don't look like a dwarf. Go ahead and
No.
roll bluff.
I like where this is going.
Are we others arriving at some point?
I don't know. Up to you. Do you guys?
I would, yeah.
Like to.
Okay.
I say no. I'm not a dwarf, but I'm in their employ.
He shrugs his shoulders. Oh, okay, fair enough. At this point, do you guys enter the alley, or are you just standing outside?
I would
I'd like to
be in
push whoever.
outside, basically, waiting for Gary to signal if he needs help or anything.
It might be
I just
presumptuous,
like to show myself and stay back.
Show yourself and stay back.
Like make sure that guy can see that we're there.
Yeah,
I
he definitely takes notice.
want to nudge whoever has the key to go in.
Osiris would have the key.
You want me to go in and show him the key?
He's there for a reason.
All right.
You don't necessarily have to show him, but it's a
Well,
card to play.
We should. I mean, that's what he's looking for, right? Be like, hey, we got what you're looking for.
Okay, so before that happens, you guys are showing up at the mouth of the alley, kind of making it known that you're there. He definitely knows you guys are trailing behind. Malagar, bluffing, he kind of shrugs his head and says, whatever. But do tell me, how do you know the name Modra? I'm
not
very
deaf.
interested.
Like I said, I'm in the employment of the dwarfs, so every once in a while I have to leave their lofty little castles, and I hear things every now and then.
Ah, but that's not a name that is passed around.
Maybe it's passed around a bit more than you think.
Could be.
From what I understand, this character instills quite a bit of a certain kind of respect amongst the Underdark, and that kind of respect can't go unnoticed for forever.
That is true. That is true. But you see, the name Modra particularly concerns me. I like to know about certain things, and whereabouts and dealings. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, I can gather that. So what is this Modra to you?
Make me a diplomacy. Or intimidate.
That would be a 20 if he's within 10 squares of me. I give allies a bonus to diplomacy.
Yep. Okay. So he kind of accepts. What did you say again?
I asked, like, what was
Oh
that
yeah, that's
name
right.
to you?
Okay. So he seems kind of placated, and he offers. Oh well, you see, I'd like to know about my rivals, competition, you could say. And that's all you get. And he kind of does a the toot thing, the tut.
So it's his competition or rival. Okay. I don't want to press a whole lot
Did,
further.
did Osiris actually walk in there or no? Or are you still standing back?
So this
Let me walk
this conversation between him and Malagar is ongoing. If you guys ever want to interject, you have to say something.
Yeah. You're right.
I'll let him finish and then I'll walk in there.
Have you ever
Foolish.
met Modra?
Asking the guy.
Asking the redhead.
The redhead.
Well, you know.
Well, brunette. The brunette.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're just. Gotcha.
The red, yeah.
A shady figure.
Yeah. He's not exactly one that likes to be seen, but his presence is lasting, you could say, present. He doesn't have to actually be in the room to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, I suppose when you're that powerful, you have contacts everywhere.
Certainly.
So why show your face?
Certainly. He kind of gives a kind of telling grin, like that's some kind of inside joke to him, that you would say that. Why show my face? Ah, well, I have contacts of my own, and of course they informed me of a band of heroes known in the city making way out of it, and then ducking into an alley, putting on some armor, some clothing known to the Lost Ones, and then traipsing around Shantytown.
Like I said, buffoons.
And obviously, that raises some questions, especially when they go to an inn and drop the name of my competitor. It makes me beg the question of what information they have that I may not. and I may be willing to trade in such information.
If he's your rival, perhaps we might be more aligned than initially thought.
That remains to be seen. Do tell, I may tell some secrets as well.
Well, for one reason or another, I know that Modra wants this particular band of heroes we're referring to dead.
Ah, well, that's common knowledge. And then he has
Figured
a
as much.
slight smile on his face.
But did you know he's so bold as to attack them in the middle of the streets?
Oh. There are ways within the city to be sure. You'd be surprised how many bodies are removed from the pristine stone dwarven steps.
Ah, yes, can't have them tainted with that foul-smelling blood of commoners, now can we?
Certainly not.
Well, how do you feel about some metagaming?
Yeah, certainly.
We have the key for leverage that he doesn't know about apparently. And we could ask him to go somewhere that's easier to talk.
Well, I'm intentionally starting with obvious things and then trying to ramp up just to see where he's at.
Alright, I'll stay out of it.
Not trying to, play our pretty much one ace card that we have right off the bat.
You're right. You just jumped the gun.
I mean, me personally, just from a metagame standpoint as DM, like I don't think that's a bad idea. He's like trying to get the measure of you just as much as you're trying to get the measure of him.
Yeah,
Kinda,
we know nothing about each other.
Yeah, you're kind of playing that dance right now, getting a feel for each other. All right, back into the moment.
Yeah.
So he's taking a long, hard look at you, Malagar, and he just says, "May I?" And then he reaches his hand forth to kind of touch your person.
Yeah.
And then all he
I'll
does.
just allow me. I'll confirm your suspicions.
Okay.
I, reach up to the mask and lower it down a little, like halfway.
He gets a big smile on his face. He says, "Ah, are you that band that supposedly saved the Elsir Vale? Talk of the town, I hear."
I'm one of them. Yes.
Interesting. I understand now. And then he's got a sly smile on his face.
I believe now it's your turn for a little morsel.
Oh, I suppose you're right. So, some information I have. And he taps on his face. What secrets can I tell you? I know this Modra figure has quite the appetite to take care of you. You seem to have foiled his plans, setting up with a Shadar-kai witch about a month ago. My contacts tell me that she was doing a deal for weapons, but she didn't look much like a warrior.
Ah, see, this we already know. She was in league with, Tusk? Was it
Yep.
Tusk?
Yeah, it was Tusk.
Yeah. So we already know that she was in league with Tusk. And, our friend here was actually delivering arms to the orcs.
Ooh, very good. Very astute. He kind of claps his hands. Very astute. But do you know where the arms are coming from?
Do I?
You do
I
not.
don't- Okay. I didn't think I picked it up on Am I streetwise or anything?
Nope. So, really quick, meta. So, what you know right now is that the Lost Ones are a gang of thugs within the city of Overlook, and Modra is part of brokering weapons and arms deals, and he was doing so through the Shatterkai Witch for Tusk, and he was using the Lost Ones as hired muscle to help him navigate around the city of Overlook.
Gotcha.
So he's not actually tied with the Lost Ones, he was just hiring them as muscle.
I tell him no. We haven't been able to find out where yet.
Oh, now those are the right questions. I know he uses the black markets in Overlook.
Where are these black markets?
Oh, surely you can find them if you need to. It's not the literal sense, of course. The black markets are dealings made in the shadow.
Don't think me so daft. But I still would like to know where some of the more popular hangouts are.
Well, you are talking to one such contact right now.
I mean, that's kind of a given.
You just call him.
Say, don't. Okay, so I say, don't think me so daft. Of course. But there can't just be you and Modra.
Oh, certainly not. I have my own network just as he has slowly developed his own, weeding his way into my territory and that of the Lost Ones.
So what is your eventual goal? Are you just trying to make money? Or are you trying to get seated power?
Everybody has their ambitions.
I'd like to know how deep yours run.
And I would like to know what a drow is doing on the surface, but I'm afraid I don't have the time or the patience to listen to that story.
Oh, it's a quite short one. I can make it. Might miss out on a few juicy morsels, but if you'd like one last exchange, I think that can be arranged.
Most certainly.
I've gone first these last 2 times. How about you start off with one?
Go ahead and roll me a diplomacy.
Still +1.
Yep, +1, so 16. Oh, that didn't proc it. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'll bite. So apparently the threat of the orcs might be ended after the siege of Bordrin's Watch is over, breaking upon the walls. But word from the frontier is there's more trouble on the march. Just like Tusk's clan, the rabble of the mountains and other less pleasant, more insidious creatures are getting their hands on good-grade weapons and armor, and they're looking to use it. And I have my suspicions that, as disappointing as it is, my first understanding of Modra's workings within this city are bigger than I expected. Now, please, do tell, what information do you have that Modra wants to silence so certainly?
He's after a key.
A key. A key to where?
That's the thing. We don't know. We don't know what key it is. But apparently it's direly important to him.
And he puts his finger on his cheek and in that crossed arm kind of stance, leaning on one side of the leg, and he's looking at you intently, thinking in his head silently. May I see it?
That's not my decision to make.
Ah, smart. It's not on your person. It's any of the 5 members in the alley behind you.
At that point, Guy would walk over.
Okay.
So how long is this gonna take? I have to pee.
Ah, well, if perhaps I could see the key in question, maybe I could move this on a little quicker and we could all be on our way.
Guy looks over to Malagar questioningly.
He knows Madra's after the key. And he
All right.
And he thinks we have it.
I will take out the parchment with a picture of it and show him.
All right, so he takes the parchment and he looks at it studiously, and he interesting, very interesting. And then he hands the parchment back, and then he's not smiling, but he's got a little upturned smirk on one side of his smile.
Do you know of it?
This key? No, I don't. But it is a very curious key. I would not be surprised if it does not open a, how would you say, a physical doorway.
Now,
And
Madra's-
where do you suppose would someone could find a non-physical doorway?
Oh, I don't know. They're all over the place. Wizards have portals. You know, such is the thing.
interdimensional doors.
There's a good point. Maybe it's a portal into the Shadowfell where the Shadaka Witch come from.
Well, if there's one way to make leaders look weak, it's make them lose a war. When you have weak leaders, it's easy to unseat them, take power for yourself.
Now there is a thought.
Are these the ambitions that you think Madra has? Lofty beyond your expectations.
Roll me. Roll me another diplomacy.
Hey!
Nice.
Actually,
24
actually the +1, so yeah, 24.
Yep. So he responds by saying, Modra, no. His ambitions are merely gold. I would gather. He works for another power, more insidious. He's just an agent. I hear he is an emissary of sorts.
Mm.
And then he kind of gives a long sigh. Well, I kind of tire of this conversation. You seem like good lads. I'll tell you more of what I know, and then we will be on with this. Does this sound good? We can be...
May I ask a question?
Certainly.
In case you have seen this Modra, what does he look like?
Ah, well, that is a very good question, too. Modra is what you call a dark one. A dark creeper, native to the Shadowfell. It's not quite certain exactly how they came to be. Some think halflings that made an errant voyage to the Shadowfell and were stuck there, mutated from generations. I think they were created there, but what do I know? In any case, the Dark Ones move around here in the city of Overlook quite often, even more so lately, for those who know where to look and what they're looking for. They mainly keep to themselves, and more often than not, those you do see are in the company of Lost One bodyguards and enforcers. They seem to be building.
Wait, I've never seen a dark creeper. Could you describe them?
I suppose. They are short, like halflings, though they have slightly more grotesque features, if you ask me. I will get you a picture real quick.
Anti-monsters.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, geez. I have it somewhere.
Again, if that dark creeper also came from the Shadowfell, this key that he's looking for, that could be a way back there.
Or a way to bring more in.
A key to the portal.
There we
You
go.
want to
Here
put
it is.
Zulu?
This is what a dark one looks like. They often wear covering clothing to hide their features, for it is quite shocking when you see one.
So they're like,
I know the
what's
feeling.
what's the size of that?
Drow.
On the picture, you can't really make it out. Is that like a
Small.
halfling size?
Yep,
or,
halfling.
Okay,
They're small,
small.
in-game terms.
gotcha. Ugly. Okay. Thanks a lot. That was the question that I had. Anything else you want to offer?
Oh, for sure. No problem. I hope this relationship may continue, if that's all right with you. I like to keep an eye on my contacts.
I think as long as it's relatively mutual,
Of course, always.
we can remain amicable.
As a sign of good faith, I'll tell you one more thing. Modra is just the front man for arms dealing in the city. No one knows who's behind the operation, but rumor says it's bigger than anyone in Overlook will ever know. And expansive far beyond just the city itself. He was in the city 3 weeks past, keeping a low profile. He had a whole squad of dark creepers with him. Must have figured they'd stand out, but who knows. It's very curious. Usually he likes to keep a low profile, but it seems like this band of dark creepers with him were more of personal bodyguards than anything he needed to be in the city with. And I will leave you that to figure out on your own. And he makes way to leave.
I nod to him as he goes.
Alright, and he takes off. So it is 1 o'clock in the morning. And we started playing at like 8 o'clock. I
We
think.
did good.
Yep, I think it is time to end.
alright.
We got a lot done.
A lot of good role playing.
Yeah, this was very immersive.
I'm not gonna lie, that was hard in the beginning. Trying to get through all the roleplay. I had a long day. I thought I would have some time to do extra prep because I had stuff typed up. I just didn't have it organized in Fantasy Grounds or stuff. So I was kind of struggling, but we definitely got through it.
I think you did well.
Thank you.
Very good.
Oh, man. How long was that?
Oh, must be a record. But yeah, it was fun. I had really fun.
Yeah, that was like 5.5 hours. Damn. Holy crap.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm very glad we got to this. Not a whole lot of combat, you know, not a whole lot of that stuff, but we definitely got through it.
Yep. It was good times.
The longest session I think I've ever had was 15 hours.
Oh god.
What the fuck?
What?
15
15
hours.
hours?
With breaks, obviously.
I mean, if nothing else, I'm jealous, but
Yeah, that's insane.
yeah.
It was an all-day Sunday thing. We started at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't stop until
All right.
like
So,
10.
last thing I have to do is just award you guys experience points. I need to get you all up to level 5 first.
Ooh,
Oh, we are level 5.
800.
I know, but I mean the experience total for level 5 because I didn't actually update that yet.
Oh,
But yeah, anyway,
okay.
so I will take care of that. There is 700 experience points for you guys completing the skill challenge of finding out about Mojo's plots. So congratulations on that.
Wow, that brings us to level 6.
Not 700 per.
No, the
700
experience
split.
points are not updated, right?
Yeah,
that's
I haven't updated them yet. Level 6 is 7,500 experience points. But yeah, anyway, thank you guys for showing up. A long session, grueling session. You know, all you out there, if you've been watching, if you enjoyed this, give me a like, give me a subscribe, give me a like, subscribe, follow if you want to keep up to date, support, even if you don't, if you just like tuning in, I appreciate it. Until next time, guys.
Later.
The story's primed and ready.
It's nice.